Good evening. We are ready to begin. This Planning Commission is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV, Cable Channel 2. You can also watch this meeting live on Apple TV, Roku, and Amazon Fire TV on the Go Vegas app. The Planning Commission meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv/live. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV and the web this Saturday after the meeting at 10 a.m., Monday at midnight, and the following Tuesday at 6 p.m. Would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Madam Clerk, can we get the roll call, please?
Chair Cherry.
Present.
Vice Chair Williams.
Present.
Commissioner Schlottman.
Present.
Commissioner Rogan.
Present.
Commissioner Walsh.
Present.
Commissioner Kasama.
Present.
Commissioner Taylor.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. I call your attention to the information printed in the agenda concerning our actions in the appeal and review process, if appropriate. Please read this carefully. If you have any questions, staff is available here to answer them. Also, the second page of the agenda contains our rules of conduct. We appreciate you adhering to these rules so we can have a smooth meeting. Moving on to item number 4. All comments made under this item for specific action will cross-reference to those items. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this agenda portion? If not, I will move on to item number 5. This is for the Planning Commission meeting June 18th and July 9th, 2024 minutes for approval. Vice Chair, can we get a motion on that?
Motion to approve the Planning Commission meeting minutes of June 18th, 2024 and July 9th, 2024.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. That motion carries. Moving on to the housekeeping items. Are there any items that the commissioners, staff, applicants, or members of the public would like to pull forward?
Mr. Chairman, Nicole Eddowes for the record. For the online agenda posting on the city website, agenda item number 25 is numbered incorrectly. The project numbers are correct, but number 25A is numbered as 23A and 25B is numbered as 23B. These will be corrected for the meeting minutes and other subsequent documents such as final action letters going forward. And then we just have the one abeyance request for item number 39, project number 24-0301 to the September 10th Planning Commission meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. And then also we will be pulling number 10 off the consent agenda. Had a request for that to be heard during the public hearing portion of the meeting. Let me see here. Does anyone wish to be heard under these items? Seeing no one from the public, I'll go to the Vice Chair for a motion on the housekeeping items.
All right, motion for approval on item 25, the correction for A and B. Item 39, 24-0301A through B. Applicant requests this item to be held in abeyance until the September 10th, 24 PC meeting. And of course, we'll be pulling item 10 forward tonight. Motion on the floor.
Thank you very much. Please cast your votes. And that motion carries. Okay, moving on to the consent agenda. Consent items are considered routine by the Planning Commission and may be enacted by one motion. However, any item may be discussed if a commissioner or member of the public so desires. Vice Chair, can we get a motion on the consent agenda?
Motion on the consent agenda items.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes.
Was that a motion for approval?
Motion for approval.
Thank you.
And that would be items 7, 8, 9, and 11.
Yes. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, mine's not working down here either.
There it is.
Computer?
There it is now. It's a little slow.
There we go. Okay, please vote. And that carries.
And those items are final action tonight unless appealed to city clerk in 10 days.
Okay, moving on to the one motion, one vote. The following are items that may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items with staff recommendations of approval. All public hearings and non-public hearings will be opened at one time. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the Planning Commission not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this part of the agenda. Item number 12, abeyance renotification 240241, SUP1, applicant Gateway Pet Hotel, owner KRG Las Vegas Centennial Gateway LLC, for possible action on land use entitlement project request for proposed animal hospital, clinic or shelter with no outside pens, use at 5643 Centennial Center Boulevard, Suite 130, Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Item number 13, abeyance renotification 240257 SUP1, applicant Bon Appetit LLC, owner 1617 Decatur LLC, for possible action on the land use entitlement project request for proposed 7,595 square foot alcohol on-premise full use at 1617 South Decatur Boulevard, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Item number 14, 240160 SUP1, applicant Avis Budget Group, owner Sahara 3D LLC, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for proposed automobile rental use with a waiver to allow 20 rental vehicles where 5 rental vehicles is the maximum allowed at 4632 West Sahara, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Item number 15, 240183 SUP1, applicant X-Class Luxury Rental Cars LLC, owner R&M Investments 1 LLC, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for proposed automobile rental use at 810 East Sahara Avenue, Suite 5, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item number 16, 240278 SUP1, applicant Jeremy Dane Earl, owner Tivoli NDAV LLC et al., for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed 2,482 square foot alcohol on-premise full use with a waiver to allow 144-foot distance separation from a city park where 400 feet is required at 330 South Rampart Boulevard, Suite 185, Ward 2. Staff recommends approval. Item number 17, 240281 SUP1, applicant Kelly Thompson, owner Quell Pine LLC, for possible action on the following land use entitlement project request for proposed 1,560 square foot massage establishment with a waiver to allow 105-foot distance separation from a parcel zone for residential use where 400 is required and to allow a 0-foot distance separation from another massage establishment where 1,000 feet is required at 501 South Rancho Drive, Suite D24, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Number 18, 240294 SCD1, applicant Richmond American Homes of Nevada, Inc., owner the Howard Hughes Company, LLC, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request to allow a 15-foot maximum exposed wall height on an internal builder parcel where 12 feet is the maximum allowed and to allow 4-foot retaining wall spacing where 7 feet is required in a portion of 16.35 acres at the southwest corner of Spring Run Drive and Grand Park Boulevard, Ward 2. Staff recommends approval. Item number 19, 240298 MDR1, applicant owner the Howard Hughes Company, LLC, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for Summerlin West Village 28A on 414.27 acres on the northwest and southwest corner of Alta Drive and Crossbridge Drive, Ward 2. Staff recommends approval. Item number 20, 240300 SUP1, applicant Alan Chang, owner Aristotle Holdings Limited Partnership, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed open-air vending transient sales lot use at 1531 South Las Vegas Boulevard, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. A few more here. Item number 21, 240304 SUP1, applicant owner Carolyn and Anthony Escobar for possible action on the land use entitlement project request for proposed residential accessory dwelling unit use at 6441 Ferry Duster Street, Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Item number 22, 240330 VAC1, applicant WLB Group, Inc., owner Southern Nevada Health District for a possible action on a land use entitlement project request for a petition to vacate public sewer and drainage easements at 700 South Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Item number 23, 240335 SUP1, applicant HUKL Sunny LV LLC for possible, owner HUKL FVBP owner LLC for possible action on the land use entitlement project request for proposed 4,022 square foot alcohol on premise, full use with a 1,465 square foot outdoor patio area at 740 South Rampart Boulevard, Suites 8 through 11, Ward 2. Staff recommends approval. And finally, item number 24, 240336 SUP1, applicant Zoni Brothers LLC, owner 1993 Miguel Family Trust et al. For possible action on a land use entitlement project request for proposed gaming establishment restricted use 1 to 5 machines at 789 North Nellis Boulevard, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. This has been noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on any of these items? If you could come up, give your name and address for the record, and what item you'd like to speak about.
Yes, my name is Francesca Marbury. I'd like to speak about item number 12, which is 24-0241 SUP1.
Okay, give me 1 second here. Would you like to make your comments on the record now?
Sure.
Okay, please do.
Okay. Good evening, Commissioner. My name is Francesca Marbury. I'm the owner of Massage Envy, Centennial Gateway, located at 5643 Centennial Center, suite number 130, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89149. I'm here to express my opposition to the special use permit, 24-0241 SUP1, for the purposes of an animal hospital/clinic that will be directly next door to my business. I want to bring to your attention that the procedural issues, that no sign was posted regarding the change in this hearing. Next, as a resident of Las Vegas since 1996 and a business owner who has opened 5 businesses in the city of Las Vegas and 2 in Henderson, I was shocked that my landlord, Kite Realty, thought it would be a great idea to bring an animal hospital directly next door to Massage Envy. I'm a reasonable person who understands that the special use permit, as I've gone through the process twice. I was disappointed that nobody communicated with me and the possible impact it would have to my business, as well as my customers and my employees. We could have talked, I would be open to a relocation. I would be open because I'm a reasonable person. I've been in this location for 15 years. Just to be clear, an animal hospital being next door to Massage Envy, I would have never pursued the space if that animal hospital was there prior, because not only is it a violation and wouldn't go through our Massage Envy corporate location, I just know the impact it would have on my business. I just ask that you imagine yourself as a person getting off work at 5 o'clock, maybe 5:30 or 6, and you're coming in for a relaxation massage, which we provide, and you hear a dog yelp. I know me, that's not the type of environment that I want for my customers and that I have worked so hard as a resident here. I went to college here, I got my master's here. I have 4 children here, that, so I'm part of that community. Additionally, when you look at our center, if you can imagine, they approximate 20 to 40 animals, maybe dogs, I don't know, cats, I don't know what other animals possibly it could be, but walking, I'm a pet owner myself, there's one shrub and it's right in front of my location. There's not going to be anybody there that it's going to be, if you guys have animals, you understand, if a dog urinates on the concrete, unless you have a water bottle, that's going to sit there, and if it's the summer months, it's going to smell. I also took the time to do a case study by just observing animal hospitals in this similar situation. I had the opportunity to speak with Jason, who's the manager of Tudor Club at 6710 North Hualapai, Suite 140. They're next to the Province Pet Hospital, which is a corner location in their center. He confirmed that while the noise of barking dogs the barking dogs does not significantly disrupt their operation, it's still noticeable. The Tudor Club environment is different from massage and bidet spa and doesn't have the same requirement of quiet and calm. I also reached out to the Thai massage business that's located 2 doors down from them in Suite 140, and they mentioned that occasionally there's dog feces and noise, but they are Thai massage, which is more of an interactive type of massage, where if you're going to get a Thai massage, you're actually participating in the stretching, and so it's not a problem with them. So with me, I'm just trying to make sure I hit all my points, I'm sorry about that. So with me, I just want to emphasize that I've been have an excellent rental history with Kite Realty. I have a harmonious relationship with them, as I have space with them in 2 separate businesses, one in Centennial and one in Henderson. I renewed my lease in 2020 for 10 years, and it's extended out until April 30th of 2030. The essence of my business is providing tranquil and a relaxing environment, and an animal hospital, despite sound barriers, odor.
I'm going to have to ask you to wrap this up.
Okay, I'm almost done.
I understand that.
It just would not be the serene environment that would be great for my business. So
Thank you.
I ask that you
And
consider
I
that.
definitely hear your comments, and we are a land use board, and we can't get into like tenant mix with the landlord, but I hear your passion and understand it, and do appreciate you making the comments on the record. But we vote at it, as a land use application. That's how we approach this. So with that, thank you for coming out and putting your comments on the record. If there's anything you wanted to leave too, you're welcome to leave it on. If you wanted to leave any notes or anything on record for us, we're happy to take them.
Yes, I'll leave the pictures of not having the updated.
Please do, yeah. It is at SUP, and, it's always good to have things on record, so. Anybody else like to be heard on the one motion, one vote portion of the agenda? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and go to Vice Chair for a motion.
Motion on the floor to approve all one motion, one vote items 12 through 24.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes.
And that's subject to conditions.
Subject to.
Subject to staff's conditions.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kasama, I'm sorry, I didn't look that way. Did you want to add something? I apologize.
I was just going to ask the applicant if she could just leave her contact information. Happy to reach out with her.
Okay.
And just also say that per code enforcement, there is a certain level of soundproofing and odor mitigation that's required, but you can leave your contact information. We can be in touch.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. Thanks, Director, for pointing that out.
Can we do a voice vote, please? It's not posting.
Sure, we can go down the line. Commissioner Taylor?
Aye.
Commissioner Walsh?
Aye.
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 All ayes, right?
All ayes, yes. Okay, that motion carries.
And items 12, 15, 16, 18, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24 are final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk in 10 days. And items 13, 14, 17, and 19 will move on to city council on September 18th.
Thank you. We are going to pull forward items 46 and 47, and then jump to number 10, I believe it was, from the consent agenda. So item number 46 is abeyance 240222, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action on the land use entitlement project request to amend and update portions of the city ordinance of Las Vegas 2050 master plan consistent with section 11 of ordinance 6788, all wards. Related item 46A, abeyance 240222, GPA 1, general plan amendment to amend and update portions of the City of Las Vegas 2050 master plan consistent with section 11 of ordinance 6788. Related item 46B, abeyance 240222, GPA 2, general plan amendment to amend and update portions of the master plan of streets and highways map. How we doing?
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This item is, as was described, an amendment to the 2050 master plan. We have a procedure in place for the maintenance and implementation of the plan to incorporate updates that have been properly approved, and we've made a few such updates already previously. A couple of GPAs having to do with minor amendments and updates to some of the content as we get better information, as well as an amendment to the Trails and Bike Street map earlier in 2023. This set of GPAs is a similar a set of amendments that will make various updates to maps and charts, other small edits, as well as an amendment to the transportation section within Chapter 4, specifically the addition of some new maps, including roadways within the Kyle Canyon area and the Summerlin West area, and then some additional edits to the bike streets and trails map that's a part of that section. So to go over really quick what some of those updates are, we do a comprehensive look through of the 2050 plan. Every year, you will have an item at a future planning commission meeting about some of the updates as part of our annual report on the implementation of the 2050 plan. But this makes some minor changes up front. We have updated the general plan to indicate all the land use changes that this commission has made over the last year. We've made updates to the historic preservation map. We've added some additional historic properties. And then we've done some updates with respect to proximity and access, tree canopy coverage, jobs housing balance, the food desert and environmental justice map series. All of those are in the land use and environment section of the plan. We're also adding some of the updates to the Mojave Native and Adaptive Species list consistent with the Urban Forestry Program resolution that City Council adopted, which is essentially the SNWA approved plant and tree species list. In the third chapter on the economy and education, we're updating some of the new facilities and enrollment and capacity of our schools within the CCSD, as well as a lot of the employment and economic indicators throughout Southern Nevada and within the city. We have similar changes for Chapter 4 systems and services. Again, another occurrence of some updates with respect to the RTC transit system, as well as a change to the utility corridor map, which is being updated to reflect some of the proposed high voltage lines as part of the Green Link West project coming in from northern Nevada. GPA 2 deals with the master plan of streets and highways, and we have a set of changes, as mentioned, within Kyle Canyon and Summerlin West. And we're also adding a couple new maps and revising some of the existing ones. We're adding in the a complete street mode emphasis map for all of our major corridors to reflect the intended modal use of them. For example, Charleston Boulevard is one of the high-capacity transit corridors. Alta Drive is a bicycle corridor, so on and so forth. We're adding in a speed limit and high injury network map that indicates some of the hotspots for auto, bike, pedestrian crashes that result in injuries and fatalities. This is part of the city's Vision Zero efforts and reflects some of the work that Public Works has been doing on that front. We're adding in some of the updated projects that are going on as part of this, the regional and state CIPs, the capital improvement programs for the public streets and highways network. With respect to the planned streets and bike streets map, we're making a lot of revisions on this one to reflect both planned and existing bike facilities. This piggybacks off of the GPA that was made in 2023. We're redesignating and reclassifying certain trails as appropriate, whether they're trails themselves or they're actually bike lanes on the streets or a different type of bike facility. We're also integrating in a few new trails that have come up through some of our planning processes, including one along Charleston Boulevard that's part of a larger regional trail as part of the Red Rock Legacy Trail System, and along Kyle Canyon Road leading up to Mount Charleston. We'll also be making some removals of some trails that just don't make sense for one reason or another, one of them being the 515 trail and the other being the Pooley Equestrian Trail that goes through the Lone Mountain Community Pit in the La Madre Foothills area. And then finally, the master plan of streets and highways, as was mentioned, will have a few streets add as well as some line work in Kyle Canyon, specifically adding in Egan Crest, Wallapai, Moccasin, Chamber, Sky Canyon Park, and Sunstone Parkway. And in Summerlin West, we'll be adding in Fox Hill, Alta Drive, Far Hills, Grand Park, and Sky Vista. Again, to show that the corresponding street widths in those each of those respective areas. Those will also make them eligible for different funding types. We'll be adding a few collectors in the northwest, Radley Avenue and Rufus Road, to complete the network out there. If there are any questions on this, on these amendments, be more than happy to answer any questions you might have.
Marco, can you give us your name for the record? I think we
Yes, I'm
missed it.
sorry, I apologize. It's Marco Vallada, City of Las Vegas Department of Community Development.
Thank you, appreciate it. Thanks for the presentation. I guess there's something that jumped out at me. So you're tracking all the hot spots, and I see that on the map. But is that something that then Public Works, as applications come in, they consider that for future projects and how to make these areas better?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Marco Vallada. So as part of the hotspots, are you referring to the
Sorry, the injury network.
the injury network?
Yeah.
Yeah. So as part of individual complete streets projects themselves, or any capital improvement project, if there's a high volume of injury accidents, that may lead to specific targeted intersection improvements, or things like an upgraded crosswalk or hawk signal that's like a flasher that's pedestrian activated. You see some of those on Sahara Avenue, for example. Those are the types of improvements, and the idea being that more of those will lead to greater understanding of where there might be areas where we need to make physical improvements to protect bicyclists and pedestrians.
Got it. Thank you. Commissioner Schlotman?
Yes, Chair, through you. I just noticed, and I just want to say I'm happy that the city has put so much investment into Charleston Boulevard from pretty much Interstate 15 all the way out to Eastern, which is a street that I travel quite a bit, and we have a lot of pedestrians on Sahara and Charleston. And for a number of 5-10 years, the number of people I've seen laid out on the street with chalk around their bodies, was overwhelming. And the second the city come out and put in the Danish offsets, the flashers that you're talking about, pedestrian crosswalks with the flashers, people start using them. And with the Danish offsets in the center, it gives people a place to hide or to have a safe area to stay if cars keep flying by. So just encourage y'all to keep looking into those hot spots and keep implementing those things, because they really have worked tremendously down in our neighborhood.
That's great. Any other comments from commissioners on this update? Seeing none, I will actually make a motion myself for approval and acceptance of item number 46, a blanket motion for approval. Please cast your votes. And that motion carries. And item number 47, abeyance 240260 TXT1, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action request to amend LVMC 19.16.030 regarding general plan amendments and to provide for other related matters. Staff recommends approval. Director, did you want to?
I did. Trinity's keeping score over here. That will move on to City Council. Item 46 will move on to City Council on September 18th.
Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, Commissioners. Marco Vallata, City of Las Vegas, Department of Community Development, for the record. The text amendment in front of you will address an expiring provision from the master plan adoption ordinance that came in 2021 when the plan was first adopted. In Section 7 of that ordinance, there is a description on the intent of adding new place types specific to transit-oriented development, TOD1, TOD2, TOC1, TOC2, and NMXU. Those designations were put into place, but we were given a little bit of time to come up with some of the corresponding zoning that would be compatible with those land use designations. And we had a process that was kind of spelled out in the ordinance itself, but not in Title 19. So the adjustments and corrections would be done essentially through the discretion of the director. So when you have a GPA that involved something involving one of those TOD land uses, it would always be initiated through the city. So this text amendment would instead incorporate that language essentially into Title 19, as well as add in form-based code as a land use designation that would similarly authorize, a procedure for the applicants to ask for those land use changes, provided that we have concurrence with the 2050 plan. So the proposed amendment covers each of those land use designations, and they can be amended at a time and frequency determined by the department, and it can be initiated by the department itself or authorized through the director with his concurrence for any owner of the property to initiate the amendment through the GPA process, and that the processing of that amendment is warranted and will further implementation of the master plan or a corresponding special area plan, which we have some of those that are going on right now, Charleston being one, East Las Vegas, another one that was adopted. And this amendment would essentially govern and supersede anything that's inconsistent with that section of the ordinance, which again is sunsetting. If there's any questions, be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you, Marco. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I will close it and go to the commission. Are there any comments from any commissioners on this item? Seeing no lights, I'm prepared to make a motion. Everything, I understand the cleanup here and what you're trying to achieve, and looks like it's another positive to streamline things a little more. So with that, I'll make a motion for approval on item number 47. And that motion carries.
And that will move on to City Council in ordinance form.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 10, 240306 TMP1, applicant Richmond American Homes of Nevada, owner Carl Meisenheimer et al., for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed 19-lot, single-family residential subdivision on 9.80 acres at the northwest corner of Racell Street and Maverick Street, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed tentative map conforms to the Nevada revised statutes and adheres to all applicable Title 19 requirements. Therefore, staff recommends approval, subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Name and can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner. Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant, Richmond American Homes. This property is located off of Racell Street. Maverick would align just to the southeast of the site. Maverick's located right here. It's an approximate 10-acre site, and we are conforming with the RE zoning and the half-acre lots for the property. Additionally, Richmond American Homes is proposing all one-story homes on this project. We did have a neighborhood meeting last Thursday night, and there were several neighbors in attendance. They felt pretty strongly about flipping the orientation of the map, and so that's the reason for presenting this item tonight. The map that currently is before you shows homes fronting onto Meisenheimer. There's 6 homes fronting onto Meisenheimer, and then an access drive or road off of Racell. The request of the neighbors was to literally flip this north-south. I do have an illustration, but we have not yet submitted it to staff. But Richmond is willing to do that. They are willing to flip it. It would look something similar to this, where you would have those 6 homes on Racell and the road off of Meisenheimer. We've worked with staff on adding conditions to the application that would allow this to be approved tonight with that condition to flip the map. And I know Nicole has them drafted and ready to go. I'm happy to read them in, but I don't know if she wants to read them in, but the concept is just that we will submit a revised map flipping that orientation prior to final map. We also agreed to do 2 horse trails on both streets, on Racell and on Meisenheimer. The condition reads a minimum of 7-foot horse trail. The reason we wrote it that way is one of the sections is narrower than the other, so Racell will be narrower than Meisenheimer, but we are able to do at least a minimum of 7 feet. We'll probably do a larger one on Meisenheimer, more like an 8-foot width of a horse trail on that property. I think Nicole also has an added condition about a license agreement for anything that's put in the right-of-way, which we're fine with, and Commissioner Taylor also asked that we do roll curbs, which we are also fine with. So with that said, we would very much appreciate your approval with those amended conditions. I know there's some neighbors here. I don't know if they want to speak, but I believe we have hopefully complied with their request, and we'll have a project that really is complimentary and great for the area. So we'd very much appreciate your approval tonight.
Thank you. And before we open the public hearing, Nicole, could you read those conditions so we know what they are?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I was going to point out, we were fortunate we had some time, and we were able to actually do a blue sheet, and the conditions are added into your supplemental packet in the staff report. I can definitely read them in, but we do have them as part of the report and in your packets. If you would like, I can read them too.
I do see them in the blue sheet, and it looks like there's 3 amended conditions in there. Why don't we just read them, if you don't mind, just so we have it on record and before we go to public hearing?
All right, Mr. Chairman, these are for 24-0306-TMP1. Condition number 1 reads, a revised tentative map shall be submitted to the Department of Community Development prior to the submittal of a final map depicting lots 1 through 6 facing Racell Street and lots 7 through 19 taking access from the proposed private street connected to Meisenheimer Avenue. And then under the public works conditions, you would have number 7 would read, construct Racell Street and Meisenheimer Avenue perpetuating the curb line from the east in accordance with the approved administrative deferral of sidewalk and streetlight offsite improvements unless otherwise required on the approved technical drainage study. Additionally, construct a minimum 7-foot wide decomposed granite equestrian path on both Racell Street and Meisenheimer Avenue to be maintained by the Homeowners Association. And number 8 reads, submit a license agreement for landscaping and private improvements in the Rissell Street and Meisenheimer Avenue public rights-of-way prior to the issuance of permits for these improvements. If requested by the city, the applicant shall remove property within the public right-of-way at the applicant's expense pursuant to the terms of the city's license agreement. The installation and maintenance of all private improvements in the public right-of-way shall be the responsibility of the applicant and any successors in interest to the property and assigns pursuant to the terms of the license agreement. Coordinate all requirements for the license agreement with the Land Development Section of the Department of Community Development, which is 702-229-5460. Thank you.
Thanks for reading this in. And I'm going to open up the public hearing now, and then we'll come back to the board for discussion. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one, looks like you've satisfied a lot of people, which is fantastic.
Great.
I will go to the commission. Commissioner Taylor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just didn't know if Ms. Eddowes wanted to add in the condition, as she was reading them, about rolled curbs, instead of the R curbs that look like they had been in the Richmond subdivision that we toured.
Sure, through Mr. Chair and to Commissioner Taylor, their plans actually never included any R curbs, so they were already showing the rolled curbs.
They are showing rolled curbs already? Okay, fantastic. So thank you. So I just want to say thank you so much to Richmond and its representatives for doing such incredible collaboration with the neighbors. We had the opportunity to tour a similar subdivision that has the same or similar products, and they're really fantastic looking products, and I think they're going to be very harmonious and compatible. And the idea that, that Richmond has worked and developed this condition to allow that horse lifestyle to still exist around this property is really very much appreciated because, folks want to be able to maintain that. And so thank you very much for all of the work you did with the neighbors and all the work you did with Ward 6. Like I said, both to you and to your client. So with that, unless anybody has any other questions, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Please do.
I would like to make a motion to approve item number 24-0306 for the tentative map at Rissell and Maverick.
With all staff conditions.
With all staff conditions, including, yeah.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. That motion carries.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank
And
you.
that is final action tonight, and let's appeal to the city clerk in 7 days.
Thank you. Moving on to public hearing items, item 25, abeyance renotification 240040, applicant owner Melissa Kosher and Jonathan Marguerite for possible action on the following land use entitlement project requests on .51 acres at 1421 Marina Del Rey Court, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Related item 25A, abeyance renotification 240040 VAR 1, variance to allow 9-foot corner side yard setback where 15 is required for a proposed residential accessory dwelling unit, and to allow a 6-foot rear yard setback where 15 is required for a proposed patio cover. Related item 25B, abeyance renotification 240040 SUP 1, special use permit for proposed residential accessory dwelling unit use. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, Jonathan Boyles, Department of Community Development, for the record. The requested variance, staff finds the subject site is not to be physically suitable for the intensity of the land use proposed as evidenced by the requested variance. No evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance related to the physical characteristics of the property has been presented to warrant the requested variance. As such, the hardship is self-imposed, and therefore staff is recommending denial of the special use permit and associated variance. Please note additional documents of protest and support were received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you give your name and address for the record, please?
Yeah, my name is Joey DeBlanco, 2251 North Rampart Boulevard.
Did you say Joey Blanco?
Yeah, Joey DeBlanco.
Thank you.
Here seeking approval for a Class 1 accessory dwelling.
Joey, could you pull the microphone so we can, that'll help.
And the associated setbacks.
There we go.
The property is located just southwest of Rainbow and Charleston. It's inside of a 10-lot private subdivision. The lot that we're talking about is right here. Here's the subdivision. It's down in the southwest corner. It's kind of away from everybody. The actual dwelling, you can see it right here. It's behind the two-story house. They've got some good landscaping here, which I show some pictures of looking from the road, and they've got some good landscaping here, so it's kind of concealed this way from the two-story house, and then this way from the landscaping, and this way from the landscaping. And again, this is two-story, and this is a single story. And then from the neighborhood meeting, we actually revised the floor plan so that this encroachment is not 9 feet, it's actually less than 6 now. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
Okay, this was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? Yeah, we have a few people. Joey, if you could just step aside, we'll have these people come. There's 3 microphones. Come on up, give me your name and address for the record, and if you're for or against and why, and we'll give each person 2 minutes. Who would like to go first?
Mr. Allen. All right, by way of introduction, my name is Dean Allen, D-E-A-N, A-L-L-E-N. I am president of the Del Rey Estates Homeowners Association, but more importantly, I'm here on behalf of the homeowners residing in that 10 single-family properties. So we received notice in the beginning of a desire to build a casita.
Can you pull the microphone so we can hear you well?
I'm sorry? Okay.
There we go.
We received notice in the beginning via postcard for a variance. Now, before I go into that, please understand, Del Rey Estates is 10 single-family homes on half-acre parcels. It was built by SunWest, except I'm not sure about 2 homes that were completed after that, but 8 of the 10 I know were built by SunWest in the late 90s, completing roughly 2001. The Homeowners Association was established through a subsidiary of SunWest in 1995.
Mr. Allen, if you want to get to if you're for or against and why, that would help us. I mean, we know a lot of the, lot size, because we're giving each person 2 minutes, and I just want to make sure that you have your time. We understand your reasons why not, or why you want this application to go forward. That would help us a lot.
I'm not hearing you, but anyway, I'll move on.
Okay.
The home in question, I'm sorry. Stay next to the mic.
It's okay.
I'm sorry, my hearing aid went bad.
Yeah, maybe you could let them know. We're just trying to get to what we're for and against on this. We appreciate the background of SunWest, but...
Yeah. So, the property, 1421 Marina Del Rey Court, is a 22,215-foot square lot, 125 long and 130 wide.
Yeah.
Okay? Well, the point is, it's a very large property. There was request for a variance to place a casita in the southwest corner adjacent to our street-facing wall. The wall runs parallel to Del Rey, and it is the front of our development with a gated interest. We objected in the beginning because of the obvious appearance. We're going to have a wall and a building, and it's not conducive to the architectural standards. It's not conducive to the CC&Rs. And we attended the very first meeting, April 9th, of which we were prepared to give a letter from the homeowners and attach 11 pictures and a diagram of the house. Now, that meeting, just prior to hearing this request, was postponed. So the next meeting in May, I believe May April 9th, of which we came to the meeting, and no, April 9th was the first one. May was the second one, where, again, it was postponed.
Mr. Allen, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up your comments as quickly as possible so we can keep going with the meeting. So maybe if he can't hear me, maybe you could whisper to him.
You're out of time. You're out of time. They want a yes or no, do you?
Okay,
Are you for or against?
so anyway, I want to show, on the picture you see here, it shows the property and the layout. The house footprint, main floor and garage, take up 3,401 square feet. There's a lot of space on that property to place a casino that doesn't require being on the front of our development and can be in compliance with all your setback requirements, RCC and Rs, and architectural standards. Yet,
Thank you.
it hasn't happened.
Those are the comments we were looking for
So,
specifically.
with the June meeting, it was postponed again for modifications. And with the modifications, one of the things that came up was the language added, landscaping such as a live hedge or trees shall be planted to screen the residential accessory dwelling, casita, along the south and east property.
Mr. Allen, I do need to keep the meeting going. I'm going to go to the next speaker. If there's anything you want to turn in for the record, I try to run the meeting the same for everybody and keep a consistent meeting. So if there's anything you want to turn in for the record, I need to go to the next speaker.
He wants to move on with the meeting. Which year's better?
Okay, so anyway, there's nothing specific about being covered here. Nothing. I'm sorry, what's so funny?
No, it's not funny.
Your time is up. Do we have the letter from the homeowners? That needs to be placed in the record.
That would help a lot, yeah, if there's something to leave with the record. We definitely want to hear everybody's voices tonight and get through this meeting, and I have to be sensitive to the entire agenda. That's why I try to keep it the same for everybody.
I need to show you just a couple pictures.
I don't know that they're worried about it.
Okay, first of all, this is where the casita would sit. Secondly, on the opposite corner of the house, where a casita would be placed, that's the property.
Okay.
There's ample places to put it.
Thank you. Would you like to turn that in for the record? We're going to go to the next person now. Can I get your name and address to the record, please?
Thank you, Chairperson Cherry. My name is Brian Berman. I reside at 1340 Marina Del Rey Court. That is across the street and two down from the subject property. The two properties that are facing Del Rey, or the two trophy properties, so to speak, they're the public face of our community. This casita will be facing Del Rey Avenue just a few feet away from the wall. We have minimum and maximum lot coverage requirements in our CC&Rs. This sort of outbuilding has never been approved. If we do an approval for one, we have to do an approval for all. There is one detached garage, but it still meets all of the requirements in terms of separation from the lot lines. We've never waived that before. So that's problem number one. We all paid a substantial premium for our property to avoid exactly what Mr. Margulies is trying to shove down our throats. My second comment is every single house on that street has architectural uniqueness. There's pop-outs, there's archways, there's gables, there's all sorts of things. And I think if you look at the elevations of what's being built, it's a box. And the one that faces Del Rey when you're coming down, this elevation here, has yet a single window. And when I saw that, I was puzzled where I'd seen a window like that before, and it occurred to me, at the jail, just a couple blocks away from here. That's the kind of windows they use in a prison, a long, narrow window like that. There's nothing architecturally interesting about it. It's inappropriate. The thing that I was trying to get in Mr. Allen's time, we've sent a petition around to the 9 homeowners. Obviously, we didn't send it to Mr. Margulies. 8 of the 9 homeowners signed the petition asking that this not be approved.
Thank you.
And finally, not in our community, immediately to the west of the subject property is the Ho property. They originally were in favor of this because it wasn't disclosed to them that it would be a mere 6 feet from the wall. Once they found out the true story, they submitted something, and it's already in your documentation. The homeowner immediately to the west opposes. So, as staff noted, there's nothing irregular about the lot. There's nothing about the topography. There's nothing about the shape.
Thank you.
Any of the things that would allow for a variance. So for that reason, we urge you to adopt the staff's proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And can I get your name and address for the record?
My name's Anthony Mark. I reside at 1300 Marina Del Rey Court, and I'm a secretary on the Homeowners Association.
Okay. And you're one of the 8 that is in opposition?
I am.
Okay. Anything else you wanted to add that we didn't hear from the
No, I
first two?
think they've done a pretty good job of
They
that.
did, yeah. All right, thank you very much. Did you turn in that petition that was circulated? Was that, you did? Okay, great. Okay, thanks for coming up with your comments. Anyone else from the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. If you gentlemen can sit down, and I'll ask the applicant to come back up. And if you'd like to have a minute or two to comment, to a rebuttal, please do.
Yeah, I have 4 letters of support. I don't know if they made the application, but I'll set them right here. I just wanted to point to the landscaping along the road. You can see it, and behind this landscaping is a 2-story house, which you can't really see, so the landscaping's pretty dense. The only other point that I'll make is that by putting it there with the landscaping and with the 2-story home there, it really conceals the visibility. Other than that, I'll answer any questions.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll close and go to the commission. Commissioner Rogan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I spent a lot of time on this one for Casita, and it stems a lot, I think, from a dispute with regard to the CC&Rs in this neighborhood. And I've made clear to the neighbors at the neighborhood meeting that the CC&Rs have nothing to do with the city. And if this application doesn't meet their private CC&Rs, then they can deal with that privately, but certainly all we're dealing with here is the code. And when this application first came through, some of the questions that the neighbors brought up tonight are the same questions I had. Why is it so close to the road? Why can't you put it on the other side of the house when you have ample properties there? And I got answers to those questions. The 6 feet that was originally proposed when this first came through was, in my view, too close to the road. I asked them to move it to at least 10 feet so there'd be ample opportunity to retain that vegetation that's along that roadway, and they complied with that. They're at 9.5 feet, which is as close as they can make it, and I think that's substantially compliant with my request. There's an additional condition that we added that would require them to put landscaping or a hedge along that south property line and the east property line to make sure that the casita is screened from the roadway so that no one would see it, and that's under the first condition under the SUP itself. I asked them why they couldn't move the casita to the north side of the property. In speaking with a neighbor that's directly adjacent to the property on the north side, he didn't want the casita to be on that side of the property. He thought it would be too intrusive on his side. And so that's why it wasn't initially planned there. So there's a lot of things that are going on here, and at the end of the day, I think that the casita is appropriate. I think given that the master plan is focused on adding housing like this, accessory dwelling units, especially in this circumstance where it's for a family member that needs supportive housing, that the casita meets the intent of the master plan, if not the code requirements. I think overall, I understand the opposition that the neighbors have to it, but the accommodations that Mr. Margulies and his wife have made to address their concerns are sufficient, in my view, to warrant approval of the casita as it's been designed and presented this evening. So unless there's any other comments or concerns.
I don't see any lights on.
All right, and we don't have any additional conditions to read into the record. They were already in the
Mr. Chairman, through you, no, the condition for the additional landscaping is in the staff report, and when we issue, if this is approved, we would issue a notice of final action that would include those conditions that they would then have to submit with their building permit to ensure compliance.
Thank you, Nicole. And that includes the setback to 9.5 feet?
Correct.
Yeah.
Right. So whatever is up tonight is the 9.5 feet setback, not the 6 feet that was initially proposed.
Got it.
So I think, again, overall, given the accommodations the applicant made, I think it's ripe for approval, and I'll make that motion subject to staff's conditions. And sir, Joey, you agree to those conditions?
We do.
All right.
All right, there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. And that motion carries.
And that is final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk in 10 days.
Okay, moving on to item number 26, abeyance renotification 2402227 SDR1. Applicant owner Pre-Rancho Craig LLC for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for proposed 466 square foot restaurant with drive-through and 210 square foot storage building with a waiver of building orientation standards on a .80 acre portion of 10.09 acres at the east side of Rancho Drive, approximately 1,170 feet south of Craig Road. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the subject site is surrounded by commercial development across Rancho Drive to the west, undeveloped commercially zoned property to the north and south, and residential zoning to the east. Per the submitted justification letter, the intended tenant for the drive-through is a drive-through only coffee shop. The submitted floor plans indicate the 466 square foot building will consist of the service area and drive-through stations, while the 210 square foot building will be used for storage and a cooler for the restaurant. Staff finds that the proposed coffee shop with drive-through development will be compatible with the adjacent developments and future developments within the commercial subdivision. The requested waiver of building orientation and exception of parking area trees will have a minimal negative effect to the surrounding commercial and residential uses. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the site development plan review. Please note additional documents of support were received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we get your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening, Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here tonight representing the applicant. We appreciate staff recommending approval of this item, and I just did want to note for the record that we provided an updated landscape plan to planning staff, I believe it was on Monday, removing the palm trees and instead replacing it with another approved type of tree. So that's already with your staff, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and go to Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Allen, for the information here. I am actually in agreement as well. It is compatible and harmonious to the surrounding commercial and residential areas, so I'm ready to make a motion.
Please do.
I'd like to make a motion for approval on item 24-0227 SDR1, subject to staff's condition. And Ms. Lazovich, you do agree with staff's conditions?
We do, and then we'll have that revised landscape plan that we turned in, yes.
Yes,
Great.
Mr. Chairman, through you, we did, it's again in your supplemental packet, we have the landscape plan and the revised staff report that will require them to comply with that landscape plan upon permitting.
Great. Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. And that motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
And that is final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk in 10 days.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to abeyance item number 27, renotification 240242 VAR1, applicant owner George Tannery for possible action on the land use entitlement project request to allow mechanical equipment, air conditioning units to not be screened from abutting lots and streets by fences, walls, or landscaping where such is required, and to allow a 0-foot side yard setback where 5 feet is required for an existing patio cover on .18 acres at 3144 Beachview Court, Ward 2. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Good evening.
I just need 1 second. I need the staff report.
Mr. Chairman, the requested variance is the result of a code enforcement case for unpermitted construction on the subject property that has been ongoing since May of 2023. If approved, building permits will be required to obtain for the structure. The applicant is requesting to deviate from the required mechanical screening for the required side yard patio cover setback so that they can lift their air conditioning condensers on top of metal trellises. In the justification letter, the applicant explains that due to numerous break-ins at the property, they were forced to escape through the side yards, which provided limited accessibility due to the air conditioning's units located on the ground. However, staff finds no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented in that the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by locating the air conditioning units where they are not screened as required by Title 1906 and where they encroach into the side yard setback. Relocating the air conditioning units would allow conformance to Title 19 requirements. Please note additional documents of protest were received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we get your name and address for the record, please?
All right, my name is George Sinori. My address is 3144 on Beachview Court. When I bought the house, it's a gated community. We felt safe at the beginning, but in the last few years, we had at least 2 times breaking into the house. One time they kicked the side door, somebody kicked the side door, broke in. He stole a bunch of electronics. We were in the kitchen area, unplugged the TV from the wall with the drywall, put them in my car and drove off. So we called Mercedes, they locate the car, we get the car back, but we didn't get anything else. About 4 or 5 years ago, my wife, I took the kids to school. My wife was trying to go to the office, okay, and then she heard something in the garage. And then there was somebody literally coming from the garage, open the door. The dog started barking on him. She has to get in the back and run away. So we don't feel safe in that community, even though it's a gated community, but we don't feel safe. The house, the way it is designed, okay, you have the front door in the garage. So if somebody coming from the front, which is 2 occasions somebody came from the front, you have to get in the backyard. Once you get in the backyard, you have no options to escape. Either you have a property wall here on one side, on the north end and the south end, and you have the lake on the other side. Now, my father, who comes in once a year for about a month, is 91 years old, and he uses cane or walker. If he has to evacuate and run, he cannot. Now, those ACs, okay, the ACs were there in these alleys on the floor. The only thing we did, we elevated them. They existed there, so we grandfathered into that these ACs were, some of them were like within 8 inches from the property wall. That's from the beginning. We did not relocate them into this position, into these alleys. The only thing we were, we elevated them so you can walk, run at night, or whatever in emergency, we can go through, and we're not worried how to hop over the ACs. Now, the sheriff, the marshal came in from the fire department. He liked the plan. He said, I will never oppose it. It is good because my guys can run through in case we need to go through to the back of the house. So let me put this picture, okay, one second, to show you what exactly happened. Okay, this is the alley right here. The distance between the wall and the property wall, it's about 4.5 feet. Now, this one here, this is the chimney. We're fathered and grandfathered in that there's a chimney in the house. From the chimney to the wall, there's about 29, 30 inches. And there was an AC on this side and AC right here. There's no way you can come in over this one. So what we did is, you can see on the top right here, we made this shelf, which is 80 inches up from the floor. We elevated the AC, put them there. So these ACs, because now they're elevated and there is a better airflow, they don't have to be 1 foot away from the wall. Now they can be closer to the wall, and you could see here, from this end to the wall, there's a lot more distance, and originally we're about, give and take, about 7, 8 inches from the wall. So these ACs were there, okay? We didn't move them from one side of the house to another. We just elevated them for security reasons. My wife right now, she has these PTSDs. Every time there is a wind, the palm trees or anything that makes noise in the backyard, she panics. She doesn't know whether to get with the kids in the backyard or what she does. The ACs right there, if I have to put them back down, they're going to be even closer to the property wall. Now, the public notice was sent, it called for 0 distance, as if these ACs are literally on the property line, which is misleading. Even when I read it, okay, myself, I said, no, I would myself would not approve it if I wanted this one. We went farther away from the property wall, you know, towards the house than towards the property wall.
Okay, this was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing and go to Commissioner Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Tannery, when I came out there to inspect the project, you assured me that the HOA approved this project.
No, we didn't. The association, first they declined the things because they said, if we want to, first we did not object to the fencing. He said, you tell us what kind of fencing or grill we will put on the ACs. We'll be happy whatever way it is appropriate, we will do that.
Well, I received confirmation from them that it wasn't approved.
No, I didn't say it was ever approved. The association, they said, first we suggested to put the grill. I thought I can put like artificial grass or artificial like plants to cover the area, okay? Then when they said, no, the grass can change color, even though we have artificial grass on the floor, but for some reason said the artificial grass can, you know, can change color. So I said first, since I'm having an issue on both sides, let me first get it approved for security reason. For the last 6 months, the gate was broken, and then the association put like fake car, like car police or security, nobody in it. Put them in the front of in the gate, like pretending there is a security there when there is no security.
But Commissioner Walsh, I think I've heard enough on the security portion. That's something, we were here for just, you know.
Exactly, I hear you.
The screening of this.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, I don't like the way the process was done. I don't like the way your general contractor from Pahrump told me that this was secondary approved after I suggested that you go back down to work with planning. In the application, let me finish, to get the application finished on this and done right. And I was assured that by a conversation with Mr. Murphy, the contractor, that helped you with the design and prints of this. And he called me back, he says, yep, we know exactly what we got to do. Guess what? It wasn't approved by planning. In fact, the city wasn't even allowed to bring signs in there, which is a requirement to be posted on your property so all your neighbors could know that you were doing a project there. With that, there's no more conversation with me. I am going to stick with the staff's conditions and deny this project, and that is an emotion.
Commissioner Walsh?
We're doing a vote. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. Motion is for denial. And that motion carries.
And that item is final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk in 10 days.
Excuse me, can I say something?
Thank you. We're done with the vote. The application was denied. It can be appealed within 10 days if you'd like.
Can I reply to Commissioner Walsh?
At this point, we're going to the next item, sir. So if you could please step away. Thank you. Item number 28, abeyance renotification 240247, VAR1, applicant Jose Medina, owner Jose J. Medina Fernandez and Maria Cabada, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request to allow a 0-foot separation from the main building where 6 feet is required, and a 2-foot side and rear yard setback where 3 feet is required for an existing residential accessory structure, a 3-foot rear yard setback where 5 feet is required for an existing patio cover, and to allow a 2-foot side yard setback where 3 feet is required for an existing residential accessory structure, a shed on .14 acres at 5821 Divers Cove Way, Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Good evening.
Mr. Chairman, no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented in relation to the physical characteristics of the property. As such, the hardship is self-imposed and outside the realm of granting variances. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the requested variance. Please note additional documents of protest were received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening. My name is Jose J. Medina Fernandez and my wife Maria Cabada. We're here for the approval variance for our attached storeroom or casita and a shed. one of the inspectors, they already came up and he did some points that we need to fix, and we're willing to do everything, like, to fix everything
Okay.
to get approved.
Okay, this was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing and go to Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Fernandez, were you working with Mr. Chacon from the SHIP
Yes, sir.
program? Is he here this evening?
No, he's not, but David's here.
Okay, because we need to understand what you're going to do from a compliance perspective, because just telling me that you got a couple of points that you're going to fix is not sufficient enough information.
Oh, okay, well, they told us already about the shed, that he has to be cut up some, and do extra, like, regular,
Extra door in the room
extra door in the room,
that connects to the house.
yeah.
So I think that the disconnect is the liaison that was going to come and relay some of this information to us on what specifically was happening, so we know what we're specifically voting on. Again, appreciate you coming up here. Vice Chair, is this something that you want to obey and try to get the liaison for SHIFT program back?
We do, and we do need to, I need to speak to the liaison, because there's quite a few things here that need to be remediated in the yard and around the house. And so, unfortunately, we do need to look at another abeyance to the next Planning Commission meeting.
And a question for staff, is that something that you're able to help coordinate on with the liaison for SHIFT?
Mr. Chairman, yes, we were under the impression that they got it down to a 59% rear yard coverage instead of the requested 62%. But we will need to confirm that and get a revised site plan.
So on item 28, I think that's the one that has a different set of items on there. Nicole, were you just referencing 29?
Yes, I apologize.
No, I was doing the same thing. Yeah, so it's 28. There's quite a bit on there. And I think any help we could actually have with the SHIFT liaison being here, so we could clearly understand like what's happening.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Fred Solis for the record. Yeah, we can definitely coordinate with the Neighborhood Services SHIFT program, and if they're not able to come, we'll get all the information that we need to present to you and brief you at the next meeting.
Okay, yeah, there's just, like Vice Chair said, there's a lot in this application. Oh, yeah. Here we go.
Hi, David Balbury with Department of Neighborhood Services. Chuck is not here today, or Charles. I guess from what we had a building inspector come out, some of the points that they point out, the casita, they need an access point into the main dwelling, which he said that he's going to work on getting the access point in there. The back patio cover, it's too close to the rear yard, and they explained to him that he needs to cut it down to have a bigger step back.
5 feet.
Yeah.
Okay, so, and I would ask staff from like a process standpoint, we hear what the applicant wants to do. He's met with building and with the SHIFT program coordinator, but don't they need to turn something back into you so we're going to back up here so you understand specifically what's happening? And I appreciate you coming up to comment on it.
Sorry, I couldn't explain it.
Yeah, no, it's okay. But doesn't, I guess further documentation need to come back in showing what's going to happen?
Mr. Chair, yes, so the variance is the variance, right? So we have the actual conditions that specify the variance. They would need to meet the conditions of the variance, obviously. We would just basically come in at building permit and we would review this entitlement against what they submit, thinking that if they're agreeing to the conditions and to the variance, then they would submit a plan conforming as such during the building permit.
Okay.
But there wouldn't be anything after this. If this was approved or denied today, there would be no additional submittals to planning, it'd go to the building department.
Okay.
It would be subject to staff's conditions, yeah. How'd you like to proceed, Vice Chair?
I want to obey this and do a site visit
Okay.
one more time.
Okay, so, sorry for the back and forth. So we're going to request another abeyance for 30 days and try to get with Charles when he's back with Vice Chair so he can meet him out there and we can have good, clear direction on all fronts, if you don't mind that request.
No, that's fine.
Thank you. Okay. Vice Chair, is that what you're looking for?
And Mr. Chair, quickly, or Commissioner through you, Mr. Chair, so specifically what we're going to be doing is obeying, and we're going to be requesting a new plan from the applicant?
I think what I'm hearing is that Vice Chair wants to go out there and understand exactly what, if this is approved, what's changing, what's not changing.
Okay.
It sounds like the applicants agreed to make some changes, so it'd just be nice to have that clarity coming back to us.
And we can coordinate with neighborhood services, and we'll get a revised, once that conversation has happened, we can get a revised plan and bring it before you.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Could I get the date for the next planning commission meeting through the chair?
Nicole, when's that next date?
September 10th.
So, September 10th, I heard.
All right, here we go. So let's make a motion. I'd like to make a motion on item 24-0247 BAR1, abeyance to the September 10th Planning Commission meeting.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes.
Thank you.
Thanks. And that motion carries. Okay, going on to item number 29, abeyance 24-0004 VAR1, applicant owner ML Trust et al. For possible action on a land use entitlement project request to allow 62% rear yard coverage where 50% is the maximum allowed for an existing accessory structure casita on .16 acres at 317 Paul Avenue, Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented in that the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by constructing a casita without building permits that fails to comply with Title 19 development standards. In the view of the absence of any hardships imposed by the site's physical characteristics, it is concluded that the applicant's hardship is preferential in nature. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the requested variance. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Larry Sanchez, 7844 Sorenbrook Street.
Hi.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get approval for the rear setback percentages. I was here at the last planning commission and we did an abeyance. Previously, we had a bathroom that was, or a laundry room that was here. We took that off since, and essentially we reduced the square footage of the detached casita. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I was considering this to be the complete backyard, which turns out to be about 690 square feet, and the casita is 700 square feet. So when I was asked if I'm going to be less than the 50% of the rear yard, I said sort of, kind of. So I'm about 10 square feet, a little bit too much. That's what I meant to say. I couldn't really say that at the time. But the square footage of the casita did reduce. Maybe my calculation of this rear yard is not accurate, but that's what I was thinking when we last met, which was basically 60 feet times 6 feet, 14 foot of a wall plus a 3-foot rear setback, which is about 23 times 60, comes out to 690, but the casita is 700, so I'm just asking for that. But I took off that laundry room sense to make it closer.
Okay, thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one, I will go to Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through the chair, I would ask staff, did the applicant achieve the 50% coverage down from 62?
Mr. Chairman, that was my understanding, that we had gotten down to 59%. I would need for the applicant's representative to confirm that.
So the challenge here is you're supposed to be no more than 50%. You're still at 59%. You came in originally at 62%. So at the end of the day, this is constructed in a manner that is not compatible and harmonious with the rest of the structure in the dwelling. And so at this time, after taking a month to go back and really give you an opportunity to look at it, I'm ready to actually make a motion in agreement with staff's recommendation.
Okay.
So I'd like to make a motion on item 24-0004, VAR1, motion for denial.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I was the lead on that.
Okay, noted. Thank you, Commissioner Walsh.
And Mr. Chairman, that is final action unless appealed to the council in 10 days.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, is it, I'm sorry. That is going to City Council on September 18th, 2024.
Okay, so that will carry on to City Council.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item number 30, abeyance 24-0009 VAR1, applicant owner Alfonso E. Salinas, for possible action on the land use entitlement project request to allow 1 foot separation from the main building where 6 feet is required for an existing residential accessory structure on .09 acres at 2817 Sing Song Way, Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the requested variance is the result of a code enforcement case for unpermitted construction on the subject property that has been ongoing since November of 2023. If approved, building permits must be obtained for the structure. However, no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance related to the physical characteristics of the property has been presented to warrant the requested variance. As such, the hardship is self-imposed, and therefore staff recommends denial of the variance request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is the applicant here tonight for number 30? Vice Chair, do you want to have this heard?
I do.
Well, okay, this was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and go to Vice Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, really quick, if I may, through you, this was an item that we were informed that they were going to be able to attach it to the house and meet code. So we were anticipating a request to withdraw, which we never received. So I will let you go ahead and move forward as you see fit.
We'll give them one more, we'll move forward one more abeyance because it was simple enough that they were supposed to resubmit. The challenge is that we notified them, had that conversation. They're not here tonight, but also they too had representation from the SHIFT program. So I think we just got a communication breakdown. So I will make a motion for abeyance to the September 10th meeting on item 24-0009 VAR1, motion for abeyance.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. That motion carries. Moving on to item number 31, abeyance 24-0056 VAR1, applicant Eve Aruz Lazo, owner Lionel Castillo and Eve Guadalupe Aruz Lazo, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request to allow a 0-foot side yard setback where 3 feet is required. Residential accessory structure casita, a 1-foot side yard setback where 3 feet is required for an existing residential accessory structure patio cover, a 1-foot side yard setback where 5 feet is required for an existing patio cover, a total accessory structure of 162% of the primary dwelling floor, where 50% is the maximum allowed, a total accessory structure coverage of 60% of the rear yard setback, where 50% is the maximum allowed, and to allow a residential accessory structures to not be aesthetically compatible with the principal dwelling unit where such is required on .19 acres at 2105 Houston Drive, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the requested variance is the result of a code enforcement case that has been ongoing since September of 2022 for unpermitted construction on the subject property. If approved, building permits must be obtained for the structure. However, no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance related to the physical characteristics of the property has been presented to warrant the requested variance. As such, the hardship is self-imposed. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Maite Zamora, daughter to Eva Rouse and Leonel Castillo. They're the property owners for 2105 Houston Drive.
Did you say Zamora was the last name? Thank you. Would you like to tell us about the application?
Yes. So just to recap, we were first here for the first Planning Commission June 18th of 2024. Since there was too much going on with the application, Commissioner Schlotman actually wanted to come and do an inspection. That happened on July 15th of 2024. He was there along with Charles from the SHIFT program and two gentlemen from the Building and Safety Department. From that conversation, they were there for quite a while. It was said that the patio cover that goes behind the bedroom on the north end side of the property was okay. We didn't have to take it down, but we would need to make some adjustments for it to be approved. They also said somewhere in the code enforcement case, they had mentioned the gate out front due to its height, but the gentleman from the Building and Safety Department did say that it looked to be the appropriate height. So I think we're okay on that end as well. And most importantly, what was said is that it was recommended that we hire an engineer to come by and look at everything to see if they could give us any recommendations, if they could see any hope in the project. And so we did just that. Mr. Borhan Maradi came by on July 27th of 2024. He is willing to work with us on the project, but of course, a few changes need to be made. So more than anything, the storage shed on this northwest side of the property has already been taken down, so we don't even need to account for that anymore. The casita porch cover and the shade structure on the northwest end of the property will also be removed. Those we don't plan on bringing back, especially because of the amount of percentage, like you guys were talking about with the other case. It would be too much to have all of those properties there. And then as far as the, we're requesting more than anything, 3 variances. So we got it from a bunch of different things to now 3 marked by those Vs. The first one, of course, is a casita because of the zoning issue. Since in our zone, we technically can't have a secondary structure. So we would like to get that approved so that we can move forward in fixing it. The engineer is confident we can bring the casita up to code with some work once the first phase of getting the variance approved is completed. It will only be used for family, and the homeowners did put a lot of time, effort, and money into it, so they would like to fix it up and keep it if possible. The second variance would be for the fence on the northwest part of the property. The engineer does have a couple of options for materials if approved. I know we talked about that, Commissioner Schlotman. So the main reason for that, of course, is safety. So this was actually captured by our security cameras on August 6, 2024 at 3:06 a.m. So in the last meeting, we did mention that we've had a lot of break-ins. This is just proof. This is the first time that we caught it on camera. They came in through the front gate, which is already 6 feet. There's actually a third person right here standing guard. So because the backyard is even bigger problem, we do want to make it even higher than the 6 feet so that it's more secure. So a variance on that would be appreciated. And then the last one would be we're going to take this carport down since it doesn't have the required materials, but we'd like to bring it back up with the appropriate materials with the help of the engineer, but we are requesting a 0-foot setback for it. The engineer did mention that if we had to have the required, I think it's 3 to 6 feet, I don't remember off the top of my head, if we have to do that, the carport is basically useless at that point, and every year it is getting hotter and hotter, and the carport is incredibly helpful in keeping the temperatures down inside the house, in the cars and everything else. It's a really good shade structure, so if possible, we would want to rebuild it the right way with a 0-foot setback. So at this point, the plan really is to, if you approve the variances, to make the changes with the engineer and start working with Building and Safety in order to make the changes.
Thank you very much. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and go to Commissioner Schlotman.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't anticipating this coming back up tonight because I thought you were going to go for another 60-day abeyance, but that's fine that you brought it back forward. I'm going to ask city staff if they want to trail this for a minute because this is, there's going to be a lot of changes to the agenda item on which items we need to strike and which items we need to modify. But I'll just go ahead and make a few comments and then ask the chair if he doesn't mind trailing this. When I did meet with Jerry Peterson and inspection supervisor and the shift program, basically we've seen a lot of the structures that didn't, I see Fred is taking my overhead, so I'll let you take it here in 1 second as soon as I trail it. So the three with the X's, yeah, they just didn't seem to be built very well, and we're going to need to be taken down according to building safety. The little V mark on the fence on the west side of the property, that has materials on it that really aren't harmonious and compatible with anything else. I don't mind going up the additional height that you have on that side of the property because you back up to a commercial property and all of Eastern has commercial properties. So I'm not worried about that. I just want to see you put like a better material on that portion of the fence. The little green structure in the back, I'm fine with that. It's attached to the house, and inspector said potentially a few extra nails or hardware, and would be able to work with you on that. And even the casita all the way at the very back, that and the side, I thought we were going to tear that down. You claim the carport on the side you're going to tear down and build back to current code. Okay, and that backs up right to that commercial building, so it's not detracting from anybody. So, Chair, I think I'm fine with that. If we can trail this and then bring it back, and we'll just hear a couple more items. It might take a few items to get through this.
Yeah, that sounds good. Staff, Fred, you're good with that? Okay. So I'm going to ask you if you could sit down for a little bit. They're going to look at the posting and kind of try to narrow it down so we can read it into the record properly, and we'll call you back up to address it at that point.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to item number 32, abeyance 240130, applicant owner Linda Properties for possible action on the following land use entitlement project request on 1.39 acres located on the south side of Ricky Road, approximately 211 feet east of Rancho Drive, Ward 5. Related item 32, A, abeyance 240103, GPA 1, general plan amendment from GC to light industrial and research. Related item 32B, abeyance 240103, ZON1, rezoning from C2 to CM. Related item 32C, abeyance 240103, SDR1, site development plan review, for a proposed two-story, 20,944 square foot warehouse development. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, staff finds the requested LIR Light Industrial and Research General Plan designation is not compatible with the surrounding area, which includes O Office, R Rural Density Residential, and DR Desert Rural Density Residential designations. In addition, the requested CM Commercial Industrial Zoning designation is not compatible with the surrounding zoning districts, which include O Office, R1 Single Family Residential, and RE Residence Estates. Furthermore, the proposal will be an example of spot zoning. Per Title 19, spot zoning is defined as rezoning of a lot or parcel of land to benefit an owner or a use incompatible with surrounding land uses that does not further the general plan. Staff finds the proposed development will not be harmonious and compatible with the existing development in the surrounding area. The proposed CM zoning district is intended to be located away from areas of low and medium density residential development, and there's existing low density residential development located approximately within 122 feet of the subject site. Therefore, staff recommends denial of all entitlement requests. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we get your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm Greg Borgel, 3747 Heritage Avenue. The property owner is in the audience if you have questions specific to his consideration. First, I want to say thank you for doing the abeyance for us last time. I say we, the property owner was somewhat taken aback because he expected a favorable staff report, and there were elements in the original version of the staff report that led him to believe that. So we needed to recover and revisit the question. We understand the staff's concerns here. We think that, first of all, I'll call it decision, but I think it's more like an opinion, that this is a spot zone, and we all understand what spot zones are and why it is important to not engage in spot zoning. But we think if we can focus on this exhibit, which I've just put together, we think it is more fair in this situation to say that there is a node of commercial of various types in this area. And this property is central in that zoning of various types, everything from office to C2, and uses which are appropriate to the districts in question. There's a bar in the C2 here, and there is automotive repair across the street. The general character here is clearly, I think, capable of being treated as being a node of commercial of various types, of which this is just one proposed type, and the type in question is the very limited intensity in this context of what would be appropriate in the area. We went to the meeting that's required for zone changes and master plan amendments, and the response of the neighbors was that they were generally in favor of it, but they asked about whether the height was necessary. And that is the only question that came up at that time. I will tell you that perhaps more importantly, this property in general is just northwest of the North Las Vegas Airport. And it is not unusual or surprising that this type of mixed-use commercial would be viewed as appropriate when in the vicinity and lined up with one of the runways of an airport. So it isn't coincidence that when you look at North Las Vegas or Henderson or Nellis, that they attract and are viewed as appropriate for industrial and commercial type uses, and are not so appropriate for residential or mixed-use projects, which staff has stated that they're considering as appropriate for the area. So on balance, although this would be the only CM in this collection of multiple types of zoning that are out there, I think that upon inspection of the property, you would say that, almost anyone would say, that the use that's proposed here is appropriate. And by the way, call it the market out there, has demonstrated that this use is appropriate, only in the form of other properties being approved for outside commercial storage in the area. This would be entirely an indoor project. So it's an office warehouse indoor project that's appropriate in light of its surroundings. And by the way, there are a group of approval letters from various parties that were, I gather, accounted for in the original staff report that was before you a month ago, but didn't get repeated today. So for the record, as far as we know, that is the status, that there were 4 recommendations of approval listed there. There were no objections when we met with the neighbors in the neighbor meeting. We are in the airport overlay, which I think does not lead us to the conclusion that there should be a residential component out there. And we think that's the view of the neighbors as well. And speaking of the neighbors, 11 neighborhood associations were notified, 147 notices were mailed, and as far as I know, we didn't get any complaints or suggestions that this wasn't appropriate to the area. And we certainly give due respect to the staff evaluation, which is it's not appropriate, but at some point we think, and with the facts I've placed before you, its location, the existing development in the area, the demand for storage facilities, which we'll be able to do indoors as opposed to the outdoor uses that are there now.
Thank you, Mr.
We think
Borgel.
this should be considered, but 2 things I think need to be responded to, or one thing with 2 points of view, let us say. And that is, the neighbors did ask about whether we needed the height that we asked for, which was 37 feet. And the answer is, no, we don't need it. That would be the best from our point of view. They were indicated that that was of concern to them. And subsequently, we've met with Commissioner Anthony on the property. He has looked at the property, and he has said something of the same thing, and that is, do we need the full height we applied for? And the answer is we don't. We said that to the neighbor who had the question, and thereafter had indicated he was satisfied. And we've told the commissioner that we could go down to what he has described. I don't mean to put words in his mouth. I'm sure he'll speak for himself.
And we're going to wrap up the presentation here if we can, Mr. Borgel.
Okay,
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I can do that.
Thank you.
The answer is, in response to what the commissioner said when he was meeting with our architect on the site, was that he wanted the building to match, in a height sense, the building across the street, which is one of the automotive buildings. And we can achieve that. We would be asking for 30 feet instead of the 37 feet that we applied for, which would more than satisfy what we heard from the neighbors, and would, we believe in a visual sense, although there is a slight grade difference between the 2 properties, we believe visually that would accomplish what the commissioner had suggested we should do. And so we would ask for consideration of that revised number. And one more thing.
One more thing, last thing.
It is one more thing. You'll like this one.
I hope so.
I've explained to the applicant that the application to reduce the number of trees is not in accordance with the city's practice in these matters, and we would ask for your leave to withdraw that request. It was thought, apparently, in the architect's firm that that space would be more valuable for extra parking, but they can provide the code-required parking and the code-required trees, and so we would ask to withdraw the portion of the request dealing with the tree waiver, I'll call it. So we'll meet both standards if you allow us to make that amendment.
Thank you. All right, this was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one from the public, I will close the public hearing and go to Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, to Mr. Borgel's point, I did meet with the design and architect team on the site. And, you know, typically we do shy away from what can be considered spot zoning. But in this particular space, I think you do have to look at the surrounding businesses and usage. And, you know, you've got some pretty heavy, you know, mechanical and car repair and painting, and similar in design and nature in terms of roll-up doors and industrial-looking buildings that this sits right in the middle of. And so, from my perspective, it is compatible. However, I would like to speak to the two added conditions, which would be, if I could get staff to help us craft two added conditions, one being lowering the building height 7 feet from 37 to 30 feet, as well as withdrawing the request. I mean, I guess we could just withdraw the request for the reduction in trees. If we could get those as additional conditions, I'd be ready to make a motion on this.
Hello, through you, Mr. Chair. There is a condition associated with site development plan review, condition number 4, which states an exception of Title 1908 is hereby approved to allow 4 interior parking lot islands with trees where 12 are required. That condition can be stricken from that site development plan review if the applicant intends to provide those landscaping trees.
And you do agree with that condition? Okay.
And then for the building height, do we need to condition that as well, going down from 37 to 30?
Mr. Chairman, through you, do you have a building height maximum that we can add as a condition?
30
A
feet?
maximum height?
I think what I'm hearing is 30 feet.
30 feet?
Yeah.
Okay, so we can just add a condition that simply states the building shall not exceed the height of 30 feet.
Okay. The applicant agrees to that?
We certainly can agree to that. I always worry about the situation where how they measure the height, and what we were trying to get to is so that it be visually the same height as the property across the street, which is what Commissioner Williams asked.
Mr. Borgo, we agreed to lower from 37 to 30 feet. We agreed to lower the building height from
Yes.
37 to 30. Do you agree with that condition?
Yes, sir. Like I said,
Ready to make a motion, Chair.
I'm
Like
trying
to
to
make a
achieve your
I would
purpose.
like to make a motion for approval on item 24-0103, A through C, subject to staff's conditions. And once again, Mr. Borgo, you do agree with all the staff's conditions?
Yes, I've been authorized to agree to those conditions.
All right.
And Mr. Chairman, real quick, before we make that final vote, the condition, we will strike number 4 from 24-0103-SDR1, and then we will add the condition I read in that states the building shall not exceed the maximum height of 30 feet. Thank you.
Thank you. And the applicant did agree to those. Thanks. That motion carries.
And that item will move on to city.
Applicant owner Deanna J. Grenco for possible action on a land use entitlement project request to allow a 0-foot side yard setback where 5 feet is required for an existing patio cover and to allow a 0-foot side yard setback where 5 feet is required for an existing addition to a single-family dwelling on .28 acres at 1601 Brian Marr Avenue, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the requested variance is the result of a code enforcement case that has been ongoing since November of 2023 for unpermitted construction on the subject property. If approved, building permits must be obtained for the structures. However, no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been related to the physical characteristics of the property, which would warrant the variance. As such, the hardship is self-imposed, and therefore staff recommends denial of this variance request. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Hi, I'm Deanna Granco from 1601 Bryn Mawr. This is my husband, Richard Granco.
Thank you. Would you like to tell us about the application?
So we're seeking a variance. This particular portion of the house, it's actually the exterior, which is a continuation of the roof, which they've called the patio cover, is strictly used for storage. It's been that way since we bought the house many, many years ago. It was there from the original owners. Granted, we do have things that are showing a little higher than the actual wall, we're prepared to clean that up so that there's nothing visually from the neighbor's perspective. You can't see it from the road anyway. And we just find if we have to remove the roof back 5 feet, it's going to take the aesthetics away from the home itself.
Okay. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Go to Commissioner Rogan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, this is another shift program that we seem to have a lot of this evening. And so I've been working with this applicant for several months now and met with them a couple times at their house to try and understand what's going on with the structure and what's going on with this house. As the applicant described, this is called the patio cover, but it's really just an extension of the roof. And as far as they could tell, as far as we could tell, and talking to the neighbors, it has been there for decades. And so I'm initially a bit hesitant to require them to remove it, and it's just exacerbated by the fact that they've got their solar panels on top of it as well. So the cost of this is going to be exorbitant if we're required to remove it. However, there are some significant problems, as the applicant alluded to. There's been some changes made since they purchased the house. They've added some kind of siding to the south side that's immediately bordering the neighbor to the south, the home that you see here on the left side of the picture. That's completely inappropriate. There's some venting that I think is coming from some sort of air conditioning.
From our hot water tank.
From the hot water tank that's directed to that neighbor's yard, which again is inappropriate. And as the applicant mentioned, there's a lot of things that are stored in this house, stored outside the house, and especially under this structure that made me a little bit afraid of actually going inside underneath what they're calling the patio cover. And so all of those things, as well as the shed that's on the trailer in the front, need to be fixed. And so I'm of the opinion, and I think the applicant agrees with this opinion, that I'm comfortable with leaving this shade structure, patio cover as it's called, as long as the other issues that I brought up tonight are fixed. And I understand, Deanna, that you're agreeing to fix all of those issues.
Absolutely, as long as we have some time.
Yes, and I understand, given the amount of things that you have, that you're going to need some time and maybe some help.
Yes.
So I'm willing to do that. So that being said, I crafted a number of different conditions. I think there's 4 in total that we need read into the record. And if Nicole, you could read those into the record, please.
Mr. Chairman, through you, these conditions will be added to the variance 24-0106-VAR1. The first condition will read, the patio cover extending into the established side yard setback area for the parcel may not be enclosed above any perimeter or screen walls or fences conforming to Title 1906 standards. Any screening materials, including wood, metal, canvas, plastic, glass, which encloses the patio cover above any such perimeter or screen wall, shall be removed. The second condition is any chimney, vent stack, or drain directing or exhausting any gas or other substance in the direction of or into any adjacent property shall be redirected away from the adjacent property. The third condition is exterior storage of goods and materials underneath the patio cover may be permitted, provided that all goods and materials are screened from view from adjacent property and rights of way. And the fourth is all accessory structures located in the front of the primary dwelling, including any self-contained cargo, container, or similar structure that is attached to a trailer, shall be removed. Thank you.
Deanna, do you get all that? Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I just need clarification on the fourth one.
Sure.
So we're prepared to move that big black trailer
right
off the property. What else do we have to remove?
That's condition 4. That's it. We're going to remove that trailer, which you're technically using as an appropriate shed.
Yeah.
All right. So other than that, do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, one final thing, and I know we went over this twice, is that this is just the first step. You still have to get a building permit. Do you understand
Yes.
that?
Yes.
And building and safety, they could look at this and say, look, I can't approve this, I can't approve your building, and you may have to adjust the roof based upon that. You understand that, right?
Yes, the building inspector was out and said, he didn't tell us that we had to do anything or such.
Okay, you still have to go through that approval process.
Yes.
And there may be things that come up that may require you to change this. This is only for the variance for land use purposes, as we discussed, okay?
We'll comply with what has to be done.
Okay. Does anyone have any comments? No. All right. With all of that, and again, you agree to all those added conditions, correct, Deanna?
Yes.
All right, thanks. I'll make a motion for approval on agenda item 33, project 24-0106 VAR1.
So motion on the floor, please cast your votes.
Subject to amended conditions?
Thank you. Subject to amended and added conditions.
That motion carries.
And that is final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk in 10 days.
Okay, moving on to item 34, abeyance 240250 WVR1 applicant owner Margarita Hernandez Cardenas for possible action on a land use entitlement project to allow an existing 7-foot tall fence erected between the front property line and the primary structure where 5 feet is the maximum allowed, to allow a 0-foot side yard setback where 3 feet is required, a 0-foot separation from the primary dwelling where 6 feet is required, to not be aesthetically compatible with the principal dwelling unit where such is required, and to extend into the front yard setback where such is not allowed for an existing residential accessory structure, and a total accessory structure size of 61% of the principal dwelling floor area where 50% is the maximum allowed. On .15 acres at 626 Biltmore Drive, Ward 5, staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the subject site is located within Area 2 of the downtown Las Vegas Overlay Cashman District. It is subject to Appendix F Interim Downtown Las Vegas Development Standards. Within the Cashman District, any deviation of Title 19 development standards shall require approval of a waiver. The requested waiver is the result of a code enforcement case that has been ongoing since July of 2023 for unpermitted construction on the subject property. If approved, building permits must be obtained for the structures. Staff has determined that the requested waiver does not support the city's goals as expressed in the Vision 2045 Downtown Las Vegas Master Plan for the Cashman District, as the applicant is requesting to maintain an existing detached carport and front yard fence that do not comply with Title 19 development standards and do not relate to the goals and vision of the Cashman District. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the request. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you write your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening, Carla Lopez, Department of Neighborhood Services. I will be translating for Margarita.
Thank you.
Buenas noches, señores de jurado y comisiones. Mi nombre es Margarita Hernández Cárdenas y mi dirección es 626 Biltmore Drive en Las Vegas, Nevada, zip code 89101. Y el motivo de mi presencia hoy, esta noche, nuevamente con ustedes, es después de la visita que Mr. Williams efectuó a mi propiedad, y estamos esperando, por ejemplo, las recomendaciones que el señor Williams nos va a sugerir hoy con respecto a la aprobación de las variantes que hemos hecho en la casa.
She said, good afternoon, stated her name and address, and she is here to hear the suggestions and the approval of the variance that she spoke with you.
Okay. Okay, this was, I see another.
Sorry, David Alberti again with Department of Neighborhood Services. I'm going to speak on behalf of Margarita here. At the request of Commissioner Williams, we met with her, building safety and the shift team at her property. One of the biggest issues was her fence. So let me see. Is it up there? So the main issue here was
There we go.
the mesh on the fence here. That was one of the concerns that Commissioner had regarding this fence here. When they spoke with with Commissioner, they kind of came up with a compromise where they would remove the meshing on the top portion here and then keep the 2 feet on the bottom of the fence, and then allow the meshing on the door for security purposes, and then I think it's 24 inches to the side where the door is, so security reasons, so people can't reach into the fence to unlock the gate.
Okay. All right, this was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and go to Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I did meet with Ms. Cardenas and the shift program, the building and department on site. And first and foremost, Biltmore Street here, Biltmore Drive is rather unique in terms of the different types of older dwellings and fences and structures that are built. And so, yes, the fence is supposed to be, I think, at the 5-foot height. It's actually at 6 foot, like 6'1". We measured it on site, so not overly concerned, but of course, we can't have the mesh here. The applicant has agreed to remove the mesh, and also the carport structure needs to go through actual building department for permits. And so, based on the added condition of removing the mesh from the fence, I'm ready to make a motion on this project, unless there's further comments.
And one thing I would ask is, Carla, if she understands, Margarita understands that it needs to go through the building permit process if it's approved?
Ellos dicen que la calle está hecha de una manera diferente, que ellos quieren aprobarles de quitar usted la malla del portón, pero que usted tiene que tener en cuenta que tiene que ir por los permisos necesarios para lo que es el carport que tiene usted acá. Eso ellos no se lo pueden aprobar, entonces usted tiene que ir por los permisos.
Porque el comisionado había sugerido que fuera un ingeniero a revisar todas las estructuras que están hechas.
She stated that the commissioner recommended for the engineer to come and check the structures of the carport. That's what she had.
Yeah, so if it's approved, just like all the other, like the previous application, there was still, for the items like the carport, that would still have to go through a process through the building department to get approved at that point. So they might come out and say, yes, this conforms, they can sign off, or it doesn't conform and we need further engineering, or it'll never conform and needs to be torn down. So those are some scenarios that could happen.
Puede que haya 3 escenarios que le digan. De todas maneras, usted tiene que ir por el proceso de aplicación con los permisos. Le pueden decir sí, está bien, la estructura está correcta, o pueden decir no, tienen que haber cambios, o le pueden decir no aprobamos del todo esta estructura. ¿Okay? Ellos nomás quieren que usted sepa que ellos sí aprueban lo de la malla, eso es separado a la estructura del cuerpo. Okay? She understands.
Great, thank you very much. Vice Chair?
All right, so I'd like to make a motion, but I would like to staff if we could have that additional condition.
Mr. Chairman, through you, I took a quick stab at it. I'm going to read it, and I hope this makes sense. If not, I am open to any suggestions. I would amend condition number 1 for 24-0250 WVR1, and that new condition would read, a waiver is hereby approved to allow an existing 7-foot tall fence erected between the front property line and the primary structure where 5 feet is the maximum allowed. The screen mesh shall be removed from the upper 5 feet. Is that correct, Mr. Williams, or Commissioner Williams, to leave 2 feet solid on the bottom?
The fence is actually 6 feet.
Is it 6?
It's
Okay.
6 feet, yes.
Okay. And then leave the lower 2 feet solid? Okay.
Yes.
So that would then, a waiver is hereby approved to allow an existing 6-foot-tall fence erected between the front property line and the primary structure where 5 feet is the maximum allowed. The screen mesh shall be removed from the upper 4 feet, only remaining on the lower 2 feet and on the pedestrian gate, with a single solid slot allowed to remain solid next to the security gate for the entire 6 feet. So that would cover her pedestrian gate, would allow to be solid,
can't
and then
reach
a
it.
slot next to it, so
Yes.
nobody can reach in and get her
Yes.
lock. Perfect. Thank you.
She agree to that?
Ella repitió lo que acabamos de decir, que usted va a tener que quitar la malla de aproximadamente 4 pies, la de los 2 pies de abajo está bien, la puerta le puede dejar usted la malla para que nadie pueda meter la mano y abrir la puerta.
Okay, gracias.
She agrees.
All right. Making sure. So I'd like to make a motion on item 24-0250 WVR1, motion for approval, subject to staff's conditions, and she does agree with staff's conditions.
She does.
Okay.
Amended conditions.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes.
And that would be amended, right?
Amended, yes.
That motion carries.
And that item will move on to City Council on September 18th.
Thank you. I would ask, Fred, are we prepared to bring back the trailing item that we had, number 31?
Mr. Chair, not yet. We're
Not yet,
still working on
okay.
it, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
And now we're done with the abeyance. I'm going to pull forward item number 44. This is item 44, 240324, applicant owner Legal Aid Center, Southern Nevada, Inc., for possible action on the following land use entitlement project request of 1.81 acres at 801 East Charleston Boulevard. Staff recommends approval on the zone change. Staff recommends denial on the vacation and SDR. Related item 44A, 240324 ZON1 rezoning from C2 to C1. Related item 44B, 240324 VAC1 vacation to vacate 8th Street public right-of-way between Gas Avenue and Charleston Boulevard. Related item 44C, 240324 SDR R1 site development plan review for a proposed 3-story, 38,180 square foot office building and a 4-story parking garage development with waivers of Title 19.8. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, amending the subject site's zoning would eliminate the spot zoning situation we have today, and staff supports the rezoning request and recommends approval. On the other hand, the applicant was not able to obtain approval from the neighboring properties that would be directly affected if 8th Street was vacated. Therefore, staff is not able to support the petition to vacate. As a result, staff is also not able to support a site plan dependent on the vacation request. Additionally, the requested setback waivers have resulted in 0-foot wide landscape buffers in an area directly affected by the urban heat island, which staff is not able to support as well. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of the vacation and site development plan review. Please note additional documentation of support was received after publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, just will quickly disclose that I do own property right on the edge of the notification area. It doesn't affect me any greater or lesser. We'll be voting on the application tonight. Can I have your name and address for the record,
Thank
please?
you. Good evening, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Craig Galati. I'm with LGA Architecture, 1226 South 3rd Street, 89104. I'm representing the applicant, which is the Legal Aid Center of Southern Nevada. With me, I have Alexia Chen with LGA Architecture. She's a project architect. And to my side is the client, Terry Bratton, representing Legal Aid Center. They're here primarily for questions. I'm going to do the presentation, and if you have any additional questions, we'd be glad to answer them. I'm going to give you a brief presentation on the project, Legal Aid Center has been in this location since they purchased the building on the corner of 8th and Gas in 1999. In 2013, they moved to their current building at Charleston and 8th, and they built the parking garage where their existing building was. They've been in this neighborhood and a good neighbor for over 25 years. Legal Aid Center was founded in 1958 and been providing services to the community's most vulnerable people. Recently, they had the opportunity to purchase the property to the east, which included the former U.S. Bank building, and we're before you for approval of rezoning, site development plan review, and vacation of a portion of 8th Street. The Legal Aid Center intends to construct approximately 40,000 square feet building, portion of it three-story, portion of it single-story on the site. New facility will relocate Legal Aid Center's staff from other buildings on the site to provide comprehensive services to their clients. The cornerstone of this project is the Resiliency Center, which was created in response to the October 1 shooting. You may know this program as the Vegas Strong Center. Its purpose is to help victims of violent crime. In addition to single incidents of violent crime, the center has been activated to assist with the UNLV shooting, the unfortunate tragedy at the Prince Law Office, and other incidents of violent crime. Unfortunately, this program is growing as violent crime continues to tick up in our valley. I'd like to note for the record that we did have a large public meeting regarding the project back in March of this year to show the public our intentions and receive feedback. So I'd like to address this in order, if I could. Are we on the, we are on there, okay, great. With regard to item 44A, the downzoning from C2 to C1, we are in agreement with that and happy for that. With regard to the item 44B, the vacation of the portion of A Street, we accept the staff if approved conditions. The vacation is requested for many reasons, but first it's to create a cohesive and consolidated Legal Aid Center campus. We are proposing to relocate the utilities in 8th, which are run down the center of 8th, and move them around to this area. And we also have agreed, based on neighborhood feedback from our neighborhood meeting, to create a pedestrian and bike throughway through the site. That was very important to the neighbors that lived on the other side of Charleston, and we are happy to accommodate that request. We did look at several parking options on this before arriving at the solution we've shown before you. We did look at underground parking on this pie-shaped site, which is very, very difficult to get a number of spaces that we wanted to do in it, but really what drove it was the high cost and the high water table, which requires ongoing maintenance of that underground parking garage. Public Works staff asked us to gather 100% of all signatures on 8th Street, and including a few on the other side of Charleston. We have went to every single property, provided you a map that looks like this. Everything in light blue, we received a letter of support from. The darker blue, they told us they would support us on this, but have not sent a letter, which is not too surprising to get that. The ones that are left white are ones that we could either not get a hold of people, or there's a vacant properties in the gray right here, 617 and 712. We did get 17 letters of support, which we've submitted to staff, which we think is quite a bit of support on this, given the fact that we were only able to get a hold of a certain amount of people. We made attempts, in some cases up to 4 times, to go and meet with some of the folks there, but we had good response from almost everybody. Within 8th Street, and I'll show you a little more on the SDR, is that we are providing a public plaza that is going to create landscaping and a public access place along Charleston. And as we all know, East Charleston could use some boost of landscaping, could use some more public spaces, and we are happy to provide that, and it's going to be open to the public. We do have our traffic engineers here if there's any questions later with that. This traffic study that we submitted to the city has actually already been approved, but I know they have a condition to submit this traffic study in here just to make sure that it all connects in the end. One other thing about the vacation of A Street, if you ever drive the area, you know there's a tremendous amount of accidents at this intersection. Our client deals with at least one a month accidents where people are trying to come across and run the lights. It's a tricky intersection, and we believe that eliminating one side of that intersection will actually help this accidents quite a bit. So I'll move on to the site development plan review. And I want to start a little bit, talk about architecture, because this is what's kind of driven the site. So many of you know this, this bank building. It was very highly regarded by the neighborhood, as well as us. We like the building too, and our client loves the building. So what the problem is the building is not in good structural condition. It doesn't meet today's current codes, and to repair that existing building would be a significant undertaking. So what we've decided to do is to rebuild that building in its exact location, reuse the existing brise-soleil, reuse the existing brick that is on there, and build it in a sense that you can see by this rendering here. This is an actual picture, and this is what it'll look like when it's completed. We want to maintain that when you drive up East Charleston, heading west, that this image still remains. We're going to continue with the mid-century modern feel of it, and that will carry on through the rest of the building as well. When we met with the neighbors, and we had overwhelming support on the architecture of this building through that. I just want to flip through a couple of other quick renderings just for your view. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but we are maintaining the character of that building, and we're going to salvage it and reuse it. This is a rendering of the actual entry off of Charleston. This is our bridge and our plaza along Charleston. This is Gas Avenue, and this is the entrance to the parking garage along Gas. All right. So what I'd like to do now is kind of talk a little bit about the site plan. So there's a single-story piece of the building that's going to be located right here, and that is where that existing building is. So we're maintaining that character of it. This portion of the building is going to be 3 stories on the back side of it, and it'll be all tied together and compatible. A grand entry is created off of Charleston, which most of Legal Aid's clients arrive by bus, and the bus stop is right here, give them clean access right into the Legal Aid Center. So the grand entry is an important piece of what we're trying to do. Now, as far as landscaping, I've passed out, and hopefully you guys received a new landscape plan. I want to apologize, first of all, to staff that we were not under the impression that the double row of trees was a requirement. We thought that was a suggestion, and we didn't have a lot of discussion about that during our pre-app meeting. When we got the staff conditions and we saw that, we went back in and redid this site plan, and you can see that we added the double row of trees all along Gas. We did as much as we could on Charleston. The other thing that we did is that we originally had these trees at 25 feet on center. We moved them to 20 feet on center to conform with the staff recommendation. In total, we added an additional 33 trees to this site from what our previous landscape plan was. So it was never our intention to not landscape the site appropriately. We didn't realize that the double row of trees was something that the city was looking for. So we went ahead and complied with that. I was also read a lot in the staff report about the heat island effect, and I really feel that I need to address that. First of all, we're moving asphalt with a street, we're removing a parking lot with no landscaping, and we're replacing that with a plaza, we're replacing it with a building that has a white roof that's reflectant, we're replacing it with landscaping, and we're replacing it with a parking structure which is made out of concrete, which has less heat gain than asphalt. In addition to that, we also are going to use white cement in our concrete, so also provide additional reflectivity for that to reduce that heat island effect. We understand the concern, and we are completely in line with that. So now the last thing I want to talk about is the waivers and what that really means for us. So the waiver for 0-foot setback on Gas Avenue, this is to allow us to add and expand the existing parking garage. The existing parking garage has that 0 lot line, and we need to line up with it to make the parking stalls and everything line up. So that's the only place that we're asking for that. We've provided the buffer and setback on the rest of the site on the building. There's a 0-foot setback along Charleston Boulevard, which when you hear that, you think it's the whole thing. It's in 2 spots. It's right here, and it's right here. And it was started by the fact that that's where the existing brise-soleil sits today. We want to put that back in its exact location so that we maintain the look of that building exactly as it is today. That recreated a little bit of a 0 setback there. We mimicked it on the other side to create this plaza, and we think that it still is harmonious with Charleston Boulevard. When you look at this entire site, we're asking for 50 feet out of 465 feet that aren't meeting the actual setback. And one of it is because of an existing condition. We also want to address the waiver to allow 52.5%. Lot coverage where 50 is allowable. We designed this most efficient site that we can possibly do on this triangle site. This is a very, very hard site to design and very hard site to develop, which I know that many of you can see that. We believe that given the odd shape of the site, that this waiver is minor in nature, and we ask that you would approve that waiver. Waiver for 13 parking spaces. We've tried to expand the existing parking garage in its exact location. It's as big as we can possibly make it when we relocate our utilities, and we can't get any more parking spots. A couple of points about that. It's 13 spots out of 200, and we are providing 244 spots. It's not like we're not providing adequate parking. As I said before, most of legal aid's clients come by bus. We have provided the access to the bus, and we've also provided areas back here along gas for the paratransit bus, which also many of their clients attend. So we think that the variance or the waiver of 13 spaces is justified. In addition, a lot of legal aid center employees do ride their bikes to work, and we've included bike storage and shower facilities in the building to accommodate this and to encourage it. So in closing, Legal Aid Center is providing a significant investment on East Charleston, and we all know what East Charleston looks like today, but I just want to illustrate this point to you. These properties here in red are vacant properties on Charleston. The properties in orange are underutilized properties, either have not full tenancy or just are partially occupied. Charleston could use a shot in the arm, I think. We've got a client here who's willing to put in over $30 million into improving this site in Charleston. We think it's making a good, significant contribution to the community. We believe that what we've shown you today meets the intent of the code, and the few waivers that we've asked for and the closing of 8th Street, we believe is an asset to the community. And I'll let you call your public hearing, and then we'd be happy to answer any questions after that.
Thank you very much. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? I do see a few people. If you can step aside. Thank you. I'll need your name and address to the record.
Good evening. My name is Brian Berman. For purposes of this, my address is 721 Gas Avenue, a site out of which I have practiced law since 1991. It's a single-family residence, architect-built home from 1948 that I converted into professional zoning. And I'm kitty corner from the site. When I'm sitting at my desk, I'm literally looking at their parking garage out of the picture window of my office. First of all, I support the Legal Aid Society. I support the Resiliency Center. They've been wonderful neighbors across the years. However, I cannot support all the other portions they want to do about waivers of setbacks and so on and so forth. I'm all okay with that. The part of this that I cannot support is the vacation of 8th Street for a number of reasons. First of all, I use it daily on several times a day. My clients use it to get to my office. My staff uses it to get to my office. And it's just an inconvenience not to be able to use that. It's the most direct, quickest, fewest traffic lights. And my other concern about it is of a more ethereal nature. The streets and sidewalks of this city don't belong to me. They don't belong to Legal Aid Society. They belong to everyone. They belong to the public at large. They have, since the city was laid out, this was adjacent to the original town site in 1905, and it will belong to the public for generations to come. And it's not something that you lightly do to vacate a street.
It's an inconvenience to them. It impacts their plans in a major way, and I understand that. Mr. Bratton and I have been friends for decades. When we were younger men, we used to race road racing bicycles together. I've known him since before he was an attorney, and we've had talks about it. Any kind of waiver, he mentioned if they rearrange how things fit on the site, they may need a height waiver and so on. If they don't get the vacation of 8th Street, and whatever they need for that, I'm on board. I'm not going to object. So the only thing that I object to is the vacation of 8th Street for the reasons that I've provided. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Can you get your name and address for the record, please?
Hi, good evening. My name is Ray Lathrop. I live at 1302 South 6th Street, and I serve as the president of the Jonas Park Neighborhood Association. Neighbors were invited to learn about this project in April, and the team was very thorough in explaining the needs of legal aid of Southern Nevada and the opportunity to expand their office to accommodate the increasing demand in their services. We're very supportive of having these services in our neighborhood and support the redevelopment of previously vacant buildings. While our neighborhood has varying opinions about the proposal to vacate 8th Street, which I'm sure you'll hear, that makes us not have consensus on overall of that agenda item. We are very pleased that the architectural team and the team at Legal Aid have made changes to their original proposal to allow for pedestrian and bicycle traffic through the middle of this new development. Allowing for access to traverse this property will ensure safe passage for students to the Las Vegas Academy and employees north of our neighborhood. We really appreciate the accommodation based on our neighborhood input. We hope that this pathway will remain permanently open well into the future, and hope that this body and that the city carefully consider the walkability of our neighborhood in any future redevelopment of downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Get your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Judy Grafton, 705 Park Paseo, Las Vegas, Nevada. This is a very important project for me. Do not close 8th Street, because a bus stop Legal Aid's talking about in front of the bank, there is no straight into the Legal Aid door. They have to walk, and it's very dangerous. And when they close that door at 4:30 at night, the only thing that keeps them safe is that 8th Street is open. And do your research, because we put the traffic lights in 5 years ago. Before that, there was a lot of accidents. There is not one accident a month like they're saying. There is not a lot of traffic on that street like they're saying. I take the bus. There is that corner so boring down with the traffic lights. And 8th Street is the only street right there where they're trying to close is safe to walk for a single person, and for the school kids, and for the elderly, and the ADA paratransit will like 8th Street from that corner. So you need to take their clients in consideration, and that bus stop, and close 10th Street and gas. That is dangerous.
Thank you for your comments. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Jean Asmussen. I live at 718 Park Paseo. I am also here to only discuss my issues with the closure and the annexing of 8th Street. I am personally the individual that, after coming to the neighborhood meeting where they discussed all the benefits and all their changes and all their plans and all their issues and everything they were going to do, after about an hour-and-a-half meeting, I stood up and asked, and when are you going to mention the fact that you're closing 8th Street? Half of the audience looked at me. It had never been discussed. It was never brought up by the group. I personally brought it up. Most people were there because of the historic features or one or the other. I was one of the few people that had been aware of the fact that they were closing 8th Street. This came to a surprise to much of the neighborhood. I got a comment card. I did fail to bring it in tonight, but I can leave, I'm here to put my voice on the record. People who go to the schools also have parents who drive them to the schools from the neighborhood. Yes, we have a four-way traffic light intersection security now, so we don't have people running the intersections. We have people going all the way through and down either east or west, because now that we're closing the lanes to Maryland Parkway, we have to go straight across an 8th and turn down to avoid the traffic that we've been dealing with on Charleston and Bowler Highway, and now it's going to be Maryland Parkway. And then there's the connection that's going to go up to downtown and the medical district. If we lose 8th Street, that's our passageway to go straight through, all the way down to Bonanza, the police department, and then we can take a cross streets from there. If we lose that street, we lose all of our cross streets. The parents, the schools, the handicapped, we have quite a few people who need that handicap access, and removing that to the expense, I have nothing against legal aid. I highly commend what they're doing, but to take their needs against what another group of people need is very much inconsiderate. I live on the corner of 8th Street and Park Paseo. I haven't been contacted by anyone of this organization, and yes, I put my name on their sheets that I wanted to be contacted. So I guess I was a negative voice they didn't want to include in their numbers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening, Pat Robertson, 705 and a half Park Paseo. I just want to say how sneaky these people are. The first instance was when we went to their open house neighborhood meeting. Like she says, they had these big, beautiful posters and everything, but no one mentioned that they were going to close down 8th Street. They talk about the stoplight. I personally, 4.5 years ago, got that stoplight put in. From my house on Park Paseo, 1 block away, I could sit in my swing, and there'd be at least 2 or 3 accidents a day minimum. When our pastor picked us up on Wednesday night to go to church, there was always an accident. There's been postings that, oh, well, have you seen how long this traffic light keeps to get through? I hope it closes. I responded, so are you with legal aid or do you live in the community? No answer. So they're talking a 40-hour business that they want 600 houses just in Jonas Park, not from Huntridge. We're talking from Sahara to Charleston and that far north, that they're affecting a 40-hour business. Their landscaping, I hear 30 more trees. This city spent close to $900,000 putting in palm trees in the center a few years ago. What's 30 trees going to do? The bus, they said at the neighborhood meeting, how many people get off the bus on Charleston Avenue? Trust me, we used the bus for 4 years and I haven't seen more than 3 people get off the bus there. Maybe over on gas. This courtyard, unless they have 24-hour, 7-day-a-week security, there's going to be big problems. Big problems. Right now, we are forced to get to the deuce by walking through a lot of unsavory places. We do have the satisfaction of knowing we can go 8th Street. And for a 40-hour business that is supposed to be serving, quote, quote, the community, and lying about it, covering up, they're affecting thousands. But the sneakiness of them, they just gloat over it.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Need your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Chairperson, Chair, Commissioners. My name is Michael Windleberger. I live at 1233 South 8th Street, and I also work at Legal Aid Center of Southern Nevada. So I'm in the unique position where I walk to school to work every day. Sometimes I'll use a scooter, and that intersection is so dangerous, so I'm fully in support of vacating 8th Street, because when I walk my dogs on 8th Street, you'll see some people just fly by, driving crazy, and I don't want my neighborhood, my 8th Street where I live, to turn into a shortcut for people because they don't want to go down Maryland, they don't want to go down Las Vegas Boulevard. I want my neighborhood to be safe. I don't want people walking through it, so I'm sort of selfish in this environment. But I'm also very supportive of Legal Aid's mission, so I support it as long as that walkway, so that it does not affect commuters, that easement for bikes and walkers, that they could still walk through 8th Street to get to gas. Otherwise, it's very easy. You get to the intersection, keep the light, make a left, make a right on 7th, and it's a very simple workaround. So I'm in total support as long as we have that walkway for bikes and walkers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else like to be heard on the public hearing portion? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing, ask the applicant to come back up, and I'll give you a couple of minutes if you'd like to respond to some of the comments you heard.
Mr. Chairman, I've made most of my presentation. I just want to respond to a couple of points. First, we never snuck anything across anybody. We had a very open and dialogue in our meeting, and our intention was to close 8th Street from the very beginning of that meeting, and it didn't change till the end of that meeting. The only thing that we were asked was to provide pedestrian access through there, which we think is a really good idea, and we agreed to do that. 8th Street dead ends at Clark, so it's not that it goes to Bonanza, it doesn't go past Clark Street. And we were given a specific area by the Public Works staff of houses to go canvass, mostly businesses on 8th, but a few houses up on the other side. So I'm sorry if we missed somebody that we should have talked to. They were not in our list, or else we would have been there. We went to most places. We did have a few people that we just could never get them to answer the door. Just a real quick, we're not intending to remove the traffic light. We still need the light, the signalization there. We're going to have to change it up a bit, but you'll still be able to come from out of the neighborhood to 8th at a traffic light, make the right, make the left, whatever it is. We just can't drive straight through. And I just wanted, once again, we do have the pedestrian access, and we do understand that anytime we provide a public plaza, we're going to have to provide security to it, and that is something that they're planning on doing. So given all those things, we would certainly ask for your approval.
Thank you very much. I will close and go to the commission. Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, Chairman Cherry, through you, thank you for the presentation today. Thank you for everybody coming out and giving your comments. When I looked at this originally, I was a little confused about what was going on. I had the opportunity to meet with you out in the field. And some of the concerns that I had was, at the very beginning was where will traffic get rerouted? This is a route that I take on a daily basis too, going from the Arts District back up to Maryland Parkway in Fremont. And so I know this area pretty well, and also just trying to wrap my head around everything that you're doing. I went back and forth several times. I usually don't like to vacate streets and that have been in a location for many of years and serve in a community. I will say that I don't know what is so weird about this little neighborhood from north of Charleston all the way up to Bridger, and then from Las Vegas Boulevard to Maryland Parkway. But almost on a daily basis, on one of these streets, people are just flying down the streets. A lot of them is on the one-way, the Clark and Bonneville. But as I pulled up to this stop sign the other day, 2 cars got tangled up in a mess and went flying around in a circle. So it does happen. I'm not going to say it happens every month, but it did happen, just here within the past week or two when I was in that intersection. It's a great-looking building. I appreciate you adding the additional trees. Right now, there's not much around that neighborhood. When I say neighborhood, let me take that back. There's not much right around this general area around your building. When I'm taking this into consideration, I'm looking at what's the alternate traffic patterns. If you're coming off of Park Paseo and going straight up, or not Park Paseo, or maybe it would be Park Paseo, and going straight up 8th, you know, it would cause a little bit of inconvenience because you'd need to take a right on Charleston and then a left on Gas, and then you'd be back on that street. There's two parcels there's really two chunks of parcels, and it's the two parcels that we're in question, or that we're talking about right now, where it creates this little short 230-foot street, which is unusually small stub street. And then you have the same thing up between Hoover, Las Vegas Boulevard, and Charleston, where you have these little streets intersecting, and you go 100 feet and you hit a stop sign, and then you take off again. And I think people coming down Charleston and with a certain amount of speed, and then try and turn across Charleston like I do, and trying to not get hit by oncoming traffic coming east, I think have speed to get across Charleston, and then they're not paying attention, they're just continuing going. So it is unusual. I think it could, you know, resolve a couple of safety issues that are there. I'm not gonna say that I'm gonna base all my findings on that just yet. I wanna hear from the rest of the commission. But, you know, there seems to be a lot of support. There seems to be or several people that aren't in support that, you know, that really have concerns about pedestrian access. I know that you say that we'll have pedestrian access through your site, which is good. I would like to, if this does go forward, I'd like to make sure that that's conditioned to have perpetual pedestrian access through the property. And then also just making sure that the crosswalks and signalization, flashers, whatever, will remain on Charleston. But I'd like to hear from others.
Vice Chair?
No, I would just add to Mr. Schlossman's recommendations that we definitely make sure that the pedestrian traffic remains open through the property.
Great, and you know, just to add, I did live for over a decade a few blocks away, and I still at least once a day drive around in this neighborhood, and I do see the issues that Commissioner Schlottman is talking about from the one-way. I did bring it up with Lucian in Public Works. It's not just that, you know, it's all the streets where there's a stop, and then you're expecting a four-way stop, and there isn't, and people are blowing through. And this particular street bookends with the high school on the north side, you know, doesn't carry through, and you also have the two one-way feeders. I also feel that, you know, these are destination, you know, it's kind of like a pillar of the legal community in this area, and they're all destinations. You know, it's not a retail area that you fall upon. I feel like there's a lot of tourists, and I just see them that kind of fall into this area. They're not familiar with this area, and they just kind of blow through some of the stop signs, and that's why I think I've seen a lot of near misses or accidents in the area, you know, over the years. I feel like the applicants, you know, for me, has satisfied me on all the other, the landscape, you know, the waiver, the setback, all that stuff I'm fine with. I think it's going to be, when built, a beautiful building if approved. Obviously, the heartburn comes a little bit on the closure, but I think from a safety standpoint, I think the area is going to get better. And I think knowing that it's really a destination-driven area, that it's going to be okay on the vacation. So it will see my support.
Chair, can I make some comments?
Commissioner Rogan.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I just want to make a couple comments. I echo some sentiments that have been raised about the closure of 8th Street. I think it's fine as long as you're providing that walkable, bikeable connectivity. This is a grid system downtown. There's multiple access points to a lot of the areas you want to go through different avenues. So I don't really have any heartburn over it. And I'm not as familiar with the traffic issues to address those, so I appreciate the sentiments that you've made. I do want to just point out that I think it's fantastic the way that you've designed this building because of the preservation of that brise soleil. I think that was important to me when I saw the original conception come out. I was not a very big fan of what was intended to come forward, but you listened to the community, Legal Aid listened to the community, and you did your best to preserve that aspect that I think people value when they're driving westbound on Charleston. And so I just wanted to thank you for doing that, even though it doesn't meet strict preservation, I guess, qualifications or standards, because you do have to remove the building, but the efforts that you're going through to put that brise-soleil back, I think are well worth it, and I think the community will end up valuing that effort. So thank you very much for doing that.
Commissioner Taylor?
Thank you, Chair. First, I just want to echo Commissioner Rogan's statements about the brise-soleil and some of the other efforts. I want to say thank you for adding in that double row of trees, because as we talked about, Mr. Galati, and you pointed out, a lot of legal aid's clients come on buses, and we want to make sure that we are creating walkability and doing what we can to mitigate urban heat island, especially down in this area where it is sort of one of the hot zones for the mapping. I appreciate you pointing out the different things that you're doing to reduce the urban heat island on the site, but I don't know if you were able to create any calculations like we talked about to actually quantify that number.
No, we can't find any programs that we can do that on today,
Okay.
but we are still searching for people to talk to.
Okay. The folks at the National Renewable Energy Lab might have a program for you for that. But I understand the concerns about vacating 8th, but again, to the chairs and Commissioner Schlottman's perspectives, having driven around downtown, some of those little odd streets where you have a little brief amount, then a stop sign, I think this actually is going to add to the safety. I did want to ask you about the bus stop that was referenced by a couple of the community members. That's staying, right? I mean, they're still going to have...
And we're accommodating a lot of people from that bus stop right into our main entry.
Okay. I mean, so they're still going to be able to leave Park Paseo, go up 8th, have the stop sign and, a crosswalk, and then go down Charleston to that bus stop,
Yes,
correct?
we're not moving the bus stop.
Okay. And then just confirming, you did say there is a plan to have security on site to maintain some safety in that compound. Mr. Bratton, you're shaking your head, yes?
Oh, yes. We actually currently do have security.
Okay.
We've owned the property for a while.
Right.
There's been a large homeless problem, so we have retained security that does nightly sweeps through there 4 to 5 times per night. That will continue. If we need to step that up, obviously we would. But we're expecting that with the combination of the buildings together, security, it makes it easier for the security to not only provide global security on that campus, but it would give them a central point central location point to look both directions to see if there are any other issues without having to stop at one building, then get in their car and go to the next building and do that. They can kind of peruse the entire complex at once. But yes, it's our intention to always keep security on that location.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bratton. I mean, I think this is a really great project to continue and expand the great work that Legal Aid does. So thank you for bringing it forward and for making those tweaks and for considering urban heat island impact downtown.
Yes, Chairman, just one more comment about this particular area, because I've been trying to identify it for years of what causes like so many accidents in this little area. And I see it like all the time. I almost get taken out on these streets all the time. And I start paying attention when I'm driving with other people. And what's happening is people are going out to the stop sign, and the stop sign will occur, and then there's cars parked on both sides of the road. And then you have these corner side yards on these corner lots with fences parked all the way out to the edge. So people are going all the way past the stop sign, almost 10 feet, 12 feet. And then when cars come around the corner, they think they're slowing to go around or slowing to come to a stop sign. They take off, and then collisions happen. It's just something that we deal with almost every day down here. So, I do feel that there is a bit of, it will be a lot safer not having that street. And I would say that the same thing applies just 2 blocks over on that little short 6th Street stub. Not that we're looking at that today, but Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to make a motion on item number 44.
Mr. Chairman, if we could, before motion's made.
Alicia Pratt for the record. So just to be clear on the public access through the site, is there a requirement for a minimum, say, 8 to 10 feet? We'd have to add a condition on the pedestrian access if that's something we want to add.
Yes. Mr. Galati, what are you thinking, how wide is the pedestrian access through the property?
We have an area between the buildings that's 30 feet, but we're going to landscape some of that in there, and so we can create a 10-foot wide pathway through there without any problems at all.
Mr. Pyatt, if you could read a condition.
Sure, yeah. I'll read that condition, and then we had some items that needed to be corrected from what was published, and Josh will read those in as well. So this added condition to the vacation will read, grant a 10-foot public pedestrian access easement connecting Charleston to Gas Boulevard, Charleston Boulevard to Gas Avenue, aligning with the east side of 8th Street prior to issuance of permits. And that'll be on the vacation that's 44B.
Just a point of clarification on that. Those easements can overlap because we have a 30-foot utility easement through there as well. They can overlap each other.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yeah. I think the utility, so I know the sewer line is going to be probably relocated and have some height requirement on it for minimum height. And yeah, you can have pedestrian over a 20-foot sewer easement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would, based on testimony heard today.
Sorry, apologies again. We did have to correct the two conditions that after publishing, that we had to change. So Josh is going to read. One is on the vacation, 44B, and the other is on 44C.
So the condition to the vacation is going to be revised to say, all public improvements, if any, adjacent to and in conflict with this vacation application are to be modified as necessary at the applicant's expense prior to the recordation of an order of vacation. The developer of this site shall be responsible for all modifications to the 8th Street and Charleston Boulevard traffic control signal required by development of this site. Contact the Transportation Engineering Division of the Department of Public Works to coordinate any required modifications to the signal at 8th Street and Charleston Boulevard due to the vacation of 8th Street. Comply with the recommendations of the city traffic engineer.
Mr. Chairman, we did receive that condition and we agree to it.
Okay.
And then we have a second condition that we're revising. This is condition 20 of the SDR as follows. The developer of this site shall be responsible for all modification to the 8th Street and Charleston Boulevard traffic control signal required by the development of this site. Contact the Transportation Engineering Division of the Department of Public Works to coordinate any required modifications to the signal at 8th Street and Charleston Boulevard due to the vacation of 8th Street. Comply with the recommendations of the city traffic engineer.
And you agreed to that condition as well?
We did receive that and we agreed to that.
Okay.
And you agreed to the added condition?
It wasn't added, it's in our report.
The added 10-foot
Oh, the
wide?
10, yes, we do.
And you agreed to all the other staff conditions in the staff report?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Chair, based on the testimony tonight, and I would move to approve on 44A through C, subject to the added condition on 44B and the modified conditions on or the modified conditions as read into the record by Public Works.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Thank you very much.
And that item will move on, those items will move on to City Council on September 18th.
Okay, moving on to item number 35, 240064, applicant owner Lord's Place LLC, for possible action on the following land use entitlement project request on .26 acres at the southwest corner of Sunrise Avenue and 30th Street, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial on the land use entitlement. Item 35A, 240064 VAR1, variance to allow a 0-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is required, a proposed 9-foot tall solid front yard wall where 5 feet with a 2-foot solid base is the maximum allowed, and to allow a 9-foot tall perimeter wall where 8 feet is the maximum allowed. Related item 35B, 240064 SDR1, site development plan review for a proposed one-story, 3,200 square foot warehouse and distribution development with waivers of the perimeter landscape buffer requirements, a waiver to allow proposed service bay doors to face the public right-of-way where such is not allowed, a waiver to allow the proposed warehouse and distribution development to not be orientated to the corner and street fronts where such is required, and a waiver to allow a proposed trash enclosure to be located towards the street front where such is not allowed. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the subject site was previously developed with a 2,160 square foot commercial development that was damaged by fire in 2023. Since then, no building permits were submitted for repair of the damaged building, which has remained abandoned. A subsequent code enforcement case was opened on January of 2024, citing the abandoned fire-damaged building with makeshift fencing, shipping containers, multiple vehicles, and other materials at the subject site. The applicant has proposed to demolish the existing building in order to redevelop the site with a 3,200 square foot warehouse and distribution development. As evidenced by the requested variance, multiple waivers, and an exception of parking lot landscaping, staff finds that the proposed development would not be harmonious and compatible with the surrounding area. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of the site development plan review and variance. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we get your name and address to the record, please?
My name is Cressida Torella, Torrella, 712 Maxley Court. I'm here to represent Designland PLC. We're the consultant that does the plans for the client, and we're also the one applying for the variances. And here beside me is the client himself, Sam Villafar. He will explain some things later. To start with, I'm gonna start showing you the actual site plan. So this shows the overlay of the proposed and the existing site plan. As you can see, there's not much difference between the layout. So there's two things that there's two major projects that we wanted to apply here. First is the metal fence, and the second is the metal building. So there's an existing chain link fence which has been vandalized so many times. So with a new proposal of the fence, the client wants a solid 8-foot fence with double-side metal claw to protect their property. And it'll look like this, like the typical elevation will look like this. And showing on the left is the existing condition, and just like what you have in the first photos that you showed us. And this is what it's gonna look like using the solid fence. So aesthetically, I don't see anything negative on the aesthetics compared to the previous chain link fence in the present condition, of course. So it's gonna be 8 foot instead of 9, but with metal claw above. So the solid part will only be 8 feet. And by the way, it will be on the same spot or position as the existing fence. So, and we are also pre-approved by the Public Works with regards to the site visibility. So we got that first approved. The next one will be the metal building. This was a fire-damaged metal building, and the client wants, of course, to replace this damaged building with a new one. Same metal building, a little bit bigger, but then he wants it like 0 lot line on the south side, which is the same as the property, just adjacent to it. Just at the south property, it's also having 0 lot line on this part. So this is to cater better movement for the vehicles, and then we can also provide enough parking in the trash enclosure. As you can see, the previous layout in this existing establishment is like a little bit of a mess. We don't have like a proper parking and driveways. So with this giving us better or wider space, we can at least provide proper parking spots and trash enclosure. We also want to use the same driveways as of the existing. We don't want to change the layout anymore because the property is only 0.26 acres. I believe we're, if not the smallest, we're like one of the smallest properties around the area. As you can see here, it's like mostly industrial buildings. We are, by the way, in an industrial zone, industrial M zone. So this is the vicinity. So compared to those buildings and properties, we're like a quarter or less than a quarter compared to them. So that's why for us, this is the optimum layout that we can have, just like the existing one. This is the basic floor plan. By the way, the building's purpose is for storage and dispatch of items. It's not for retail. We're not expecting customers coming in and buying stuff from here. It's going to be online selling, and so this is basically the elevation of the building, the metal building. I think that's about it, and my client will discuss the security issues in the property. That's why he wanted a solid fence instead of railings that's recommended in the front property line. Sam?
My name is Sam Bellafard, representing 73 North 30th Street. I'd like to outline some of the security issues. As you may or may not know, this is a very bad neighborhood. There is a scrapyard literally directly across the street. We have found all kinds of items from our property delivered to that scrapyard. We have contacted the owner of that scrapyard, and whatever items we could identify, he's given back to us. His name is Joe, the owner of Las Vegas Recycling. The building caught fire because someone broke in and set it on fire. So it doesn't really make sense to rebuild the property unless there's adequate security measures in place for the property. And I'd just like to add that pretty much every commercial property in this entire neighborhood has either a block wall surrounding it or a solid gate like is being proposed here.
Okay, thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone like to be heard in this item? If I could just have you step aside, I see someone wants to come up and speak. I'll need your name and address for the record, please. Sam, if you could just scoot over just a little bit.
My name is Richard Owsley. I'm right down the street at 41 North 30th. I have a commercial property there. I've been there about 5 years. These people have owned this real estate for almost 10 years. The place is let me step back a little bit. I run a little operation through the city called Adopt a Spot. I do it with my councilwoman Diaz. And so I've collected a lot of the neighbors, and about 12, 13 of us together now, and we're cleaning up the property, we're cleaning up the streets, we're cleaning up the alleys, we're cleaning up everything we can. We're trying to get the homeless out. We're trying to do everything we can to make this a better place. Because I was born and raised right there. I went to that school right across the street, and there is a school directly across the street from his property. The properties that we have three problem properties in our subdivision, and our division goes from 30th to Mojave, from Sunrise to Charleston. That's the area that I'm working with the city on to clean up right now. And in trying to clean that area up, the three problem properties are this gentleman's property. It's the worst. The other two properties are people who want to work in the street. They have all these junk cars, and they've all that kinds of activities going on the city's property. So we're having a problem with that. We don't have that problem with this gentleman. But he's had this property a long time. It burned down a long time ago. Nothing's been done. It's been sitting there just as a big pile of rubbish for all these years. All the variances that they're asking for are already done. The property's already got the fence out to the back of the sidewalk. They're so arrogant, they've even fenced off the Nevada Power transformer. When Nevada Power finds out about that, they'll be out there tearing down his fence. But they've just let this thing pile up. There's homeless people there all the time. There's an old ratty travel trailer living there. Somebody I think lives in that old travel trailer. There's all these old blankets and carpets. You saw them on your pictures. I have the same pictures. I was going to show them to you, but you've already seen them all. So I would appreciate if there's anything going to happen out there, I'd like to see the city insist on some kind of a building plan, more than just this, but an actual permit to build the thing, because I don't think it's going to get built. I've watched it sit there all these years and just deteriorate day after day after day. All this work could have been done years ago. It's been burned down for a long time. It could have been fixed a long time ago. So that's my input on it.
So you're in opposition or you're for it?
I'm in complete opposition to all your variances, because like I said, they're already done. He's already violated every single one of them.
Just wanted to get some clarity if you were looking to see it go forward or not. Thank you.
Well, with a building permit, sure.
Of course. Thank you for your comments.
You bet.
Anyone else from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one from the public, I will close it and go back to you if you'd like to make a comment.
Yes, to the gentleman's comments, I would like to add that the fire was in February of 2023. It has not been years and years, as he has stated. It's been roughly a year and a half. And the reason that the property has not been redeveloped yet is we are trying to get permits to do so. And this is the process by which we have to go through to get those permits to be able to redevelop the property and make the neighborhood nice again.
Thank you for the clarity. Okay, I'm going to close it and go to the commission. Commissioner Schlapp.
Yes, Mr. Chair, through you. I live in this, close to this area.
I did have one more thing to add.
Sam, we're going to let the commissioner talk.
I live close to this area. I live within a half a mile from here. I know this area pretty well. I've driven through here. I have a couple of vendors that live in that neighborhood, or not live in that neighborhood, that work in that neighborhood and have shops in that neighborhood. Look, this whole neighborhood really needs some help. And if we just keep putting up fences and 9-foot tall fences or 8-foot with the little spikes on the top and no landscaping, we're never going to improve this area. So just because everybody else in the neighborhood has done it doesn't mean that we can just continue doing this. I mean, we had somebody here not too long ago saying, oh, well, we don't want to put up any landscaping around here in this residential community that we're about to put in because it's going to hide homeless people and all this other stuff. I wouldn't allow that to happen on that other property. I made them put in the landscaping. So, look, for me to get behind this, I understand what you're doing. I understand it's a challenging neighborhood. You know, all of these areas in downtown are somewhat challenging. We deal with theft, vandalism, fires, homelessness. We have a lot of issues. So, and look, I've worked in downtown. I've built in downtown since 2005. I don't leave downtown, so this is, I know these areas. This is my ward, my district, so if you want my support, I would ask you to hold it in advance. Come back with a fence that is a little bit more compatible, and come back with some landscaping. That's my suggestion, but you don't have to take my suggestion if you want. You can see how it plays out. The choice is yours. What would you like to do, sir?
Could I add another comment?
Through the chair?
Sure, if you want to add a comment, but we're getting right to the abeyance, or if you want to hear.
So the assistant for the commissioner, are you Commissioner Diaz? Or-
I'm not Commissioner. That's Councilwoman Diaz. She's one of our council people.
Okay.
Ida is probably who you were talking to at one point.
Yeah, Yodalina, I believe.
Yes.
So she actually physically came out and looked at the property, worked with the engineers here to come up with all these plans. And these plans were actually done in cooperation with Ms. Diaz's staff.
You could have us vote on it, and you could bring it to city council and see how the vote goes there, if you'd like. You tell me what you want to do.
Just give me 1 second. What do you think we should just have a vote on it?
First of all, I heard the recommendations from you, sir, and that's only with the fence, right? I believe that's for the front fence, which is this side, right, the 30th? Because on this side, I suppose we are approved for a solid fence for this side. So I suppose you're saying the appropriate fence for the front, which we're applying variance for, is the one with a 2 feet solid and 3 feet high grill. So is that what you're saying, sir? I'm just clarifying.
I'm
so
saying if it's not code compliant, I'm not going to say that it's only one side of the fence. I'm saying it doesn't meet code currently, and either you try to bring it more into compliance with code and try to offer something that we could look at, that we could say this is acceptable, and give us some landscaping going around the property, like your next door neighbor has a little bit of landscaping, some others have some landscaping, a lot of them don't, but we want to try improving this neighborhood. If you'd like to try making those modifications and see if it's acceptable, where you could gain my support, I'd be willing to hold it for 30 days. If you don't think that you're going to want to go with any landscaping or make any modifications to this, then I would say let's vote tonight.
Okay.
And you can talk to city council and see how things go at city council, since you already had conversations with them.
Okay. For us, the engineering consultant, we can do whatever the code complies. I think it's up to you, Sam.
Being that the fence is mostly approved, other than I guess that's the east side.
Yes.
We'd like to probably just go ahead and have you guys vote on it, roll the dice, see what happens, and if it doesn't go in the favor of the plan, then we'll just build it to what is allowed, and we'll reapply for a variance later.
Okay. You always have the right to appeal our decision. So, Mr. Chair, I'm ready to make a motion on
Please do.
item 35. Based on the testimony heard tonight and the unwillingness to make modifications on this application, item number 35A and 35B, I move to deny.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. So yes vote is for denial. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item will move forward to City Council on September 18th of 2024.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item number 36. I will be abstaining from this item. I do have a property within the notification area that does something very similar with parking, and out of abundance of caution, I will be abstaining from this item. So, Vice Chair.
All right, so item 24-0253, applicant Derek Stonebarger, owner Mario Lopez and Martha Rebecca Lopez, for possible action on the following land use entitlement project request on .31 acres on the west side of Casino Center Boulevard, approximately 100 feet north of Colorado Avenue, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial on the land use entitlement project. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, staff supports Title 19 parking area design standards in order to ensure the safety of the public and the functionality of parking areas. The lot is currently configured and, as proposed, contains too many spaces for a 100-foot wide lot, creating poor functionality with the potential to endanger pedestrians and create on-site traffic conflicts. Therefore, staff does not support the current design and recommends denial of the variance and site development plan review. Please note additional documentation of support was received after publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Commissioner. This is Rob Gertison, 1225 South Main Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89104. And this is also...
And I'm Derek Stonebarger. I live at 1240 8th Place, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89104.
Can you please tell us about the project?
Yes, thank you. Well, thank you for staying up late. I'll make this quick and concise. We currently have a lot smaller than usual for parking standards. However, we've had this approved in the past. It's an existing parking lot right now. It services a lot of businesses, so when there's no parking on Main Street or any of the surrounding streets, this is kind of the safe haven to park at. Again, the parking standards were closely looked at and modeled after the 4th Street and Gas building, which actually used to be the old building department. So we saw that a very similar size works for this site, and it has been working over the last 5 years. The application that we had submitted and had approved, we missed the opportunity for renewal, and we're asking actually for your consideration to allow us to keep this parking lot open for about, let's see, we've got about 70 passes for a lot of employees that park at the space for a lot of the surrounding businesses. We've got about 22 passes that are in application for the space, and we've got about 48 spaces that services the community. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm here if you have any questions.
All right, thank you. This item was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public wishing to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close public comment and turn it over to Mr. Schlotzman. Mr. Schlotzman.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So I reviewed this, and the one comment that I received from the community was the parking seems a little bit tight, and the cars were going up and hitting the chain link fence. So I was able to reach out to both Rob Gardison and Derek Stoneberger and ask them if there's any way I could get them to put in some tire stops on the parking stalls so they wouldn't have people hitting that fence, and they told me that they already put them in prior to even coming up here. So thank you guys for doing that. It's been operating for 5 years, like you said. It's tight, it's tough, but everything down there is tight and tough. I'm not bringing my F-250 in there. But I think if you have a car that's too big, you're going to find a spot out on the street. So with all those things being said, I'm ready to make a motion, Vice Chair.
Please do.
All right. So on item number 36, 36A and B, I move to approve, subject to staff's conditions. And you agree with all staff conditions?
We concur, yes.
Thank you.
Motion for approval? All right, and that item carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
All right.
Thank
And
you.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final tonight unless appealed within 10 days. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. We are going to bring back up the trailing item 31. And it's been read into the record, but it's my understanding that we are going to obey and re-notify, is what I've heard from staff.
Yes.
Commissioner Schlottman,
Yes, and this is on item number,
I believe it's 31. 31.
and how long are we going to obey this for?
Mr. Chair, through you, 30 days.
That's enough time to re-notify?
The applicant will need to give us a plan within a week, but we do have enough time to re-notify if they're
Okay.
agreeable to that.
Do you need more time than a week to get that plan? Would you like to hold this for 60 days versus 30 days to give yourself enough time to do that?
Yeah, the order doesn't go.
We'll go for the 30 days.
Okay. I
We're
like
desperate at this point.
your attitude with trying to get this thing done, so I appreciate that. And I think that's the September 10th hearing, is that correct?
18? Is it September 18th?
September 10th.
Oh, excuse me, September 10th, you're correct. Yep.
Okay, so I move to hold item 31 in abeyance till September 10th, 2024.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. And that motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 37, 240275 VAR1, applicant Icon Power, owner Massilia Palacios, for possible action on a land use entitlement project to allow an existing residential accessory structure to be located in front of the primary structure where such is not allowed, a 3-foot rear yard setback where 5 feet is required for a residential accessory structure, a 2-foot side yard setback where 5 feet is required for residential accessory structures, shed 1, 2, and 4, and to allow all residential accessory structures to not be aesthetically compatible with the principal dwelling unit where such is required on .50 acres at 815 Clarkway Drive, Ward 5, Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, no evidence of unique or extraordinary circumstance related to the physical characteristics of the subject site have been presented to warrant the requested variance, and staff finds the hardship is self-imposed as the structures were constructed without building permits. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the variance request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Sure thing. Jonathan Malfabon. I work for a company called Icon Power. Our address is 6320 South Sand Hill Road. But good evening, and thank you for hearing. I'll try to keep this as quick as possible. Commissioner Williams, Chairperson Jerry. So first off, so I'm with the solar installation company. We've been operating here in Vegas for 5 years. We've built many of these carports in surrounding areas in Pahrump and so on. So we understand most of the process for submittal. And a lot of, the main thing that I'm going to talk about tonight is the carport. I'm going to mention a couple other things as well. But we built, so in July of 2023, we initially received permit approval on this. I actually have the permit here, and I believe that's also in the documents.
That's permit for the solar.
Permit, yes, permit for the solar, and I can show you, this is the plan set that we submitted, which shows carport mount. It shows that this is a new structure, and there are other references to the structure. But so that was back in July of last year. We built the structure and got it inspected in December. And it was at that time that we were told there was some activity number that was missing. So after it took a while for us to do some investigation to better understand what exactly was missing. And our understanding is that because maybe they didn't recognize that this was a new structure, perhaps there was something that I can admit or apologize if there was something that we missed. We believe that we submitted everything correctly, and so we only built the structure because we believed it was approved at the time. And so from that approval, from that inspection, we discovered that we had to go through this variance process before we could even get the activity number or the additional permitting that's required to complete this build. The owners of the property are here as well, if you have questions for them on the accessory structures. But the one note that I will make about the accessory structures is that their property is in historically EJ community, and as the lot is very narrow, as well as and it is wide, but it's very narrow. I think about 56 feet from north to south. That does make it difficult to comply with some of the, I think, the shed structures that are in the back. I think that's why there is the variance for those structures. And some of them, 2 of them have already been removed, so not all of them are, generally these are not permanent structures. These are kind of shade structures in the back. And the ones that have been removed by Maricela herself, which she's, I mean, if it didn't take a construction worker to remove it, these aren't, structures that are necessarily permanent foundational structures, as far as the sheds in the back. And yes, so essentially, we just want to, as far as Icon Power goes, be able to move forward with the structure that obviously we already built.
Okay. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and go to Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Gerson, so just for clarification purposes here, I want to make sure that you don't have a building permit for this structure, correct?
This structure is, so,
You have a
correct.
solar,
We-
it's approved for solar, right? You got the solar permit? What is it permitted for currently?
Yes, it's permitted for, here, I got the permit right here. For the activity numbers, it's permitted for solar. Maybe there's another.
And so then also for clarification, you've removed the structures in the backyard that you originally was requesting variances for?
I may have to ask for the homeowner to kind of point out the structures. I'm not sure if it's these 4 structures, but they're.
All right, let's do this. Let's do this, because this is, I don't quite understand. I'd like to obey this another 30 days and come out, because there's a lot going on in the backyard at this site. And I'll tell you right now, the structure that's built out front is not harmonious and compatible with the neighborhood. It looks like something that's kind of half commercial, half. So I need to come out and really, tour this. So I'd like to continue it for 30 days unless you have objection to that.
No, I don't personally have an objection. Do you mind if I ask the owners if they have an objection? Okay.
Okay. All right, so I'd like to make a motion, item 24-0275, VAR1, abeyance to the September 10th Planning Commission meeting.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes.
Thank you very much.
And that motion carries. Okay, and we are going to bring back item number 31 up quickly. It's my understanding we need to rescind a vote and restate the motion to vote. This is on item 31.
Yes, I'm so sorry.
Commissioner Schlabman, is that correct?
That's correct. Mr. Chair, through you, I would make a motion to rescind our vote on item number 31.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. And that motion carries.
And then, Chairman Cherry, I just want to confirm that the second Tuesday, October 8th, is our Planning Commission hearing in October? Okay. I would move to hold item number 31 in abeyance to the October 8th Planning Commission hearing.
Great. Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Let's please cast our votes. And that motion carries.
Thank you so much, I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, moving on, let's see, item number 39 is obeyed. Item number 40, 240313 SUP1, applicant owner Kimberly Ann Farkas for possible action on land use entitlement project, a request for proposed community residence, including family community residence and transitional community residence use at 4229 Beth Avenue, Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed community residence is just within the 660-foot distance separation requirement from an existing community residence, and staff is not able to support the requested special use permit. Please note an additional documentation of support and protest was received after publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we get your name and address for the record, please?
Kimberly Farkas, 4229 Beth.
Would you like to tell us about the application?
Yes, we're asking for a special use permit for a community residence with Alzheimer's endorsement.
and we held a voluntary public meeting where no one attended. And we are 30 feet shy of the 660-foot requirement for another community residence. And as you can see in the circle, there are no other community residences within 660 feet of our house. And this is my partner Oliver, and he can talk more about the Alzheimer's facility if anyone has any questions about that.
Hi, good evening. Oliver Nidus, 3345 West Arby. I own and operate a community residence in the east side with an Alzheimer endorsement as well. So I've been operating since 2022. My family's been doing it for 20 years. We also have another facility in that area. There is such a great need for these types of communities. It's a smaller community, 10 beds, so it's everything is really contained. I would say about 70% of the population is either bedridden or wheelchair bound. There's no one walking around outside. There will be no signage on the front of the property. The facade will remain the same, so it just looks like a normal house. But we're providing care, much needed care for these residents who, a lot of them are lower income. You know, we are a Medicaid-approved facility. We will be a Medicaid-approved facility for this one. So we're contracted with the government, and that subsidizes their care.
Okay, thank you, Oliver. Thanks for the presentation from the both of you. This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? I have one person that's coming up. If I could ask you to step aside. Thank you. I'll need your name and address for the record. If you're for or against, please.
Good evening. My name is Rafael Morga, 4237 Beth Avenue.
Could you state it one more time?
Rafael Morga.
Thank you.
4237 Beth Avenue.
Thank you.
I'm against it from just what I've seen in the neighborhood. Again, nobody else is here, I guess, so I was not invited to any meetings. I didn't get anything posted about any talks for the community. Just, if you guys are familiar with it, Ward 5, it's a tough community. It's a really quiet street, but man, if you go 2 blocks over, it gets really bad. I think a month ago in that apartment complex, there was 5 people shot, and I'm just against, you know, bringing anything outside. We've already got Section 8 and other neighbors that rent that do not take care of their properties. Next door, I've got 5-foot weeds on my neighbor's property. They crash into their garage door. It's just, for me, it's, as a homeowner, it's a concern just bringing, I appreciate what they're doing and the help, but as a property owner, we're already in a really tough area. Like I said, my street is really quiet. I've left my truck unlocked, nothing happens. I've got dogs, I've got kids. It's just, I don't know, I have to stand against it. Like I said, I appreciate the help that they're doing, but this turns into a halfway house, or like he said, these are bed-stricken Alzheimer's patients that won't really be out. Okay, but what happens when things change or they can't keep the bed numbers, what they need? Do they have to switch? Because this is a business. So would that be another meeting that we would have to do to bring, you know, another permit for a residence to change? If it's just going to be Alzheimer's, which again, I was not notified, hadn't received anything. I even I printed out flyers myself and put them on people's doors hoping more people would come, but unfortunately they didn't. So again, I won't waste any more of your time. I'm opposed to it. Again, it's just a rough community, and I'm just asking to keep it kind of just the way it is, and just hold on to it as we try to recoup.
Thanks for coming out. Thanks for your comments. Appreciate it. Anyone else like to be heard in the public hearing portion? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. And if the applicant wanted to respond back.
Yeah, in response to that, I can't stress how often I get calls throughout the week from social workers looking to place, you know, a family member or just, you know, in general, someone who needs help. So as far as the clientele, we're looking at the largest aging population here coming up. So I don't think there will be, unfortunately, there's always going to be a need for this.
It'll never be a halfway house instead.
Yeah.
It's Alzheimer's facility, and that's it.
We're licensed through HCQC, so.
And we've read the conditions, and we're willing to abide by all the conditions suggested by staff.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the applicants and certainly the neighbors coming up and expressing their concern. This is a case where it's different in terms of licensing and the types of clients that you're going to house. You are just outside of the requirement, but I do understand the need for this type of housing, and would welcome any comments from my fellow commissioners if they have.
I guess the only question I had or thought I had was like, how does it, you fill up the rooms, someone's on site taking care of people 24 hours.
Yes.
And from like a traffic standpoint, it's visitation of the family members maybe, or someone coming to see the person staying there? Is that how it works?
Yeah, I would say the largest population, or our population, is largely people who have no next of kin. So there's really hardly any visitation. These are, people that are under guardianship maybe of the city or the county. So there's no next of kin. Visitation, that's largely by the nurses who may come once a week to check on them, but there's caregivers on the property 24/7.
Okay, and like compared to your other properties, is from a security standpoint, or, you're coming into a neighborhood, right? So there's a reason why we have a distance separation and want to make sure it minimizes impact. Is there anything you can speak to with that, really kind of piggybacking on the comments that the neighbor had, about the neighborhood?
Sure. Again, the population isn't out and about. They're not wandering outside. They're under, there's security measures so that they cannot get outside, obviously for their own benefit. So, like I said, everyone coming in and out is a medical professional or a caregiver.
Okay. Okay, Vice Chair, that answered my, Commissioner Walsh.
Yeah, I used to be an investigator too with HEQC of the state, so I know the inspection rates and what things have to be complied, and so if you hold that credential already,
yes,
then it's really regulated. The biggest thing is elopements, of course, and I think the gentleman addressed that. You don't want a patient, behind that, but I know you're regulated a lot when it deals with that, so you'll get my support of it tonight.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Item 24-0313 SUP1, would like to make a motion for approval, subject to staff's conditions, and you do agree, again, with all the staff's conditions?
Yes.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes.
Screen showing waiting, so
still waiting.
I have a yay on it.
Okay, we'll just do a quick oral vote. I'm a yes vote.
Okay.
Commissioner Taylor?
I hit yay.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. I do as well, yeah.
Yes.
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 Okay, that motion carries.
And that, we'll move on to City Council on September 18th.
Thanks. And I apologize to the applicant number 38. I missed that, so we're going to, I believe it's 38. Yeah. Thanks. 240285 VAR 1, applicant owner Kevin Bruno and Angelica Maria Guerrero for possible action on land use entitlement project request to allow 0-foot separation from the primary dwelling where 6 feet is required for a proposed residential accessory structure, a greenhouse on .09 acres at 4424 Bristol Manor Drive, Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented relating to the physical characteristics of the subject site, such as slope, such as shape or topography, to warrant the requested variance. As such, the hardship is self-imposed and outside the realm for granting variances. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the variance. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we get your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening, everyone. Kevin Bruno at 4424 Bristol Manor Drive. When you're ready.
Thank you.
So when I first started my project, basically, my wife has always loves plants. She just, it's in her nature. We have like 60 plants literally in our living room and kitchen alone. So basically, when I told her about this project, my next person that I actually went to was actually Monica, the adjacent neighbor, before I even contacted building department and planning department. I care very much about the community and helping her out. Her opinion mattered tremendously when doing this. I've literally helped them out. I cut the lawn, I do stuff for the community. It's not the greatest neighborhood, but I love it. It's where I live, it's what I do. And so when I told her about it, I then contacted planning department. I've been working with Christian Gates, Keith Morphus from planning, mostly Christian. I've been in contact with Rod Clark. He basically had no objections because it's under 200 square feet, so there's no real fire issues or concerns about this accessory necessarily from a building code standpoint. And then basically I am asking for basically 60 square feet greenhouse just for me and my wife. Again, the fence is 6 feet based on planning. We're making sure that we're in zoning compliance. We've filed for a permit, which has already gotten approval based on, in June 26. We had 3 outside outlets, basically had an inspector check them out. The outlets are literally just for cutting the lawn, plugging in the cell phone. I have a patio area out there, so plugging the speaker, it's really minor. So looking at the site plan, it's like there's not really much you can do as far as accessory structure in this kind of lot, so I humbly request variance for this and a motion for approval. The kit literally is in my garage right now. It's literally a kit from Home Depot. I won't build it until I have your approval, so.
Thank you, Mr. Bruno.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing and go to Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Bruno, listen, I applaud your diligence and efforts for, seeking, information and approval prior to just constructing this and then bringing, something that we got to try to figure out for you. I mean, the fact of the matter is it doesn't meet compliance, and, I'm not necessarily comfortable approving something in that way. I think that the good thing is you've got time to go back and look at the design and figure out, how to best fit this in your space. So at this time, unless there's further comments, I'm ready to make a motion on this.
Nope. Please do.
May I make one notion?
I'm ready to make a...
Sorry.
So on item 24-0285 VAR1, make a motion to agree with staff's recommendation for denial.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item number...
Mr. Chairman, that item will move forward to City Council on September 18th, 2024. Thank you.
Moving on
Thank you.
to item 41, we are in the home stretch here. 240314 VAR1, applicant Dina Majano, owner Elaine Living Trust, for possible action on a land use entitlement project to request to allow proposed patio cover to encroach into a front yard setback area where such is not allowed on .15 acres at 4305 El Pasado Way, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented relating to the physical characteristics of the subject site, such as shape or topography, to warrant the requested variance. As such, the hardship is self-imposed and outside the realm for granting variances. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the variance. Please note, additional documentation of protest was received after publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we get your name and address for the record, please?
So we're a little confused at the moment.
The person in question, this is her home. We got the notice too under Virginia Contreras. So we're confused on why we got the notice, but it's under her name. This is not our house.
Okay, can we get your name for the record?
My name is Veronica Rodriguez.
Okay. Okay, and this is, we're here for item number 41.
Yeah, that's literally in the notice we got in the mail.
Mr. Chairman, through you, they may have gotten our notification postcard of the application that we send to every resident within the 1,000 feet.
Nicole, that's what she's showing. I believe she's,
Oh, okay, so we have nothing to do with this, right? Like, it's not, okay.
It's a public hearing, and we notify all the residents.
Got it.
1,000 feet.
Got it.
So that you're aware of the request.
Okay, so she was under the totally, tú no tienes nada que ver con eso. You're good. All right, thank you.
3 hours here.
Stay a little longer. That happens. Can we get your name and your address for the record, please?
So I say my name.
Yes, please, and address.
My name is Dina Mahano, and I live on 4305 El Pasada Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89102.
Thank you. Can you tell us about the application?
I want to put a patio right there where the 2 cars is because it's, for me it's very sensitive because I got problem with my thyroid, with hot and cold. And it's very cold, it's very hot, and I have a lot of health problems. And putting that patio in there to cover those 2 cars will help me a lot with my health problems.
Okay. Okay, this was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and go to Commissioner Rogan.
Thank you. Ma'am, I appreciate the health concerns you have, but one of the things that I look at when a person comes with a carport request like this is what's going on in the neighborhood. And there's no one else that has a carport like this that's...
There's other neighbors, they do have it. I mean, it's not my business how they put it on, but I want to do it illegal with...
Yeah, so there's not a lot of neighbors that have it. If there may be one, I didn't see it. I just went back through on Google Maps to see if there's
It's in the
any...
other side.
Hold on, ma'am.
there.
No.
Oh,
It's
okay.
So just our turn to talk for now,
Okay.
okay? So I'm really not inclined to support this because it's a unique one-off situation that will lead to probably other applications for similar variances. Unlike in Ward 3 and some of our wards where these are not prevalent, I'm just not in support of exacerbating or making a situation any worse by starting to allow them by variance in a neighborhood such as yours where they're not prevalent already. Does anyone else have any comments on this?
I don't.
No.
Yeah, Just
Okay.
one, it's
Commissioner
hard
Walsh?
to see. I'm looking at the photo. Is the carport you're talking about to the right of the?
It doesn't exist yet, Commissioner
Oh, it
Walsh. It's
doesn't? Okay.
proposed.
Is that where they want to put it?
Yes.
Okay, got it. I just couldn't tell.
So, ma'am, I hope you understand our reasons, and I'm very sorry about your medical issues that cause you to seek this, but I just can't support it. So with that being said, with regard to agenda item 41, project 24-0314 VAR1, to make a motion for denial.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. That motion carries.
And that item is final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk in 10 days.
Thank you. Moving on to 42, 240316, VAR1, applicant owner Gerardo De Leon and Guadalupe I. De Leon for possible action on a land use entitlement project request to allow the total floor area to be 75% of the primary dwelling floor area, where 50% is a maximum allowed for a proposed residential accessory structure on .15 acres at 4628 Shone Avenue. Ward 3, staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented to warrant the requested variance. As such, the hardship is self-imposed and outside the realm for granting variances. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the variance. Please note additional documentation of protest was received after publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you get your name and address for the record, please?
Hello, good evening. My name is Delta. I'm here on behalf of Gerardo and Guadalupe de Leon, the homeowners at 4628 Showen Avenue. So this is an easy one for the end of the night. We are just requesting a small casita to be a little bit larger than what is normally allowed. The property in question is located on close to the intersection of Stewart and Lamb. I'm gonna come back to the aerial view over here. So the lot in question is quite large. It's 6,500 square feet. The existing house is really small on property. It's only 804 square feet. Current zoning code would allow the casita to be built at 50% of the principal structure, which would allow a 402 square foot casita. We're just requesting the casita to be a little bit larger at 599 square feet. We did submit plans. This is what the site plan would look like post-construction. So this is the principal residence right here, the entire property, and the 599 square foot casita would be sitting in the rear. Let me know if you have any questions.
Okay.
It's a pretty simple project.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one, I will close the public. Could we get your last name for the record, please?
Yes, my last name is Sarajlic, S-A-R-A-J-L-I-C.
Thank you. And first name was Delta?
My first name is Delta, D-E-L-T-A.
That's a great name. Okay.
Thank you.
I will close it and go to the commission. Commissioner Schlotman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I've reviewed this item, and look, they have a big backyard. Their house is 806 square feet. 50% of that would be 403 square feet. They're asking for $599. This is kind of a no-brainer. If you look in all the rest of the neighbors' lots, there's non-conforming, non-compliant, like illegal structures, so this is actually probably going to be the nicest one out of it. So I can get behind it. I'm ready to make a motion if there's no other comments.
Please do. Commissioner Rogan, did you have a comment? Not tonight.
All right.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, on item number 42, and you, Delta, you agree with all the conditions of approval, if approved?
Yes, we do, and I just wanted to add that the casita will be structurally compatible to the principal structure. It will match in color and style. The roofing will be the same, so.
Thank you.
And built up to code, by current code, not up to code.
All right. On item number 42, 24-0316 VAR1, move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
This motion on the floor, please cast your votes. And that motion carries.
And that is final action unless appealed to the city clerk in 10 days.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you. Moving on to item 43, unless he wanted to trail it. No, he's coming up. 240323 SDR1, applicant Somerset Academy, owner Zion First National Bank, for possible action on the land use entitlement project request for a major amendment of an approved site development plan review for the proposed addition of 4 60-foot tall field lights for a public charter school on 12.14 acres at 7038, 7058, and 7078 Sky Point Drive, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed 60-foot pole height allows for more focused downward directed light onto the field, and the adjacent residential properties are further shielded by the existing two-story buildings, which form a horseshoe shape around the playing field. Therefore, staff finds the proposed field lighting compatible with the surrounding properties and recommends approval of the major amendment to site development plan review. Please note, additional documentation of support and protest were received after publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we get your name and address for the record, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name's Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing the applicant. First, I'd like to state I feel honored. I'm one of 3 recommendations for approval by your staff off the consent agenda. So I'm going to try to be fairly short, but to the point on this. So I'm very excited to be one of the last items here all night with you. So that being said, a little bit more serious, we have about a 12-acre site that I represented Somerset Academy about 11, 12 years ago. We had the approval for the primary and secondary school on the property. It's been in existence for over 10 years since that approval. This is US 95. Elkhorn is located to the north of us here. To the east, we have some residential, and this little area here will be coming in for an expansion in the near future, which will add some additional parking, some additional play area down in this little triangular piece of property. However, tonight is in this area here that's surrounded like in this U shape of buildings is an existing playing field for outdoor sports. What we're asking to do is place 4 light poles in the corners of the site, as you can see here. They would be approximately 60 feet in height. Here we submitted a lighting study, and the lighting study, as your staff has indicated in their staff report, does not bleed over to the residential properties. As a matter of fact, we're about 324 feet away from the residential to the north, which is larger than a football field, and we're about 250-something feet away, I believe, plus or minus, to the east of us in this area. When you take a look at the lights that we're providing, what we're doing is we're doing extended visors. These extended visors on the 4 poles are to help cover that area for the light that shines onto the property itself. The last thing that I want to point out is on Sky Point, you already have these large poles that are located along US 95. They're much larger than 60 feet in the area that's just across the field from the streets, and that provides light out there out onto the freeway. So we would ask for your approval with respect to the application that's before you, and I can answer any other questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one, I will close it and go to Commissioner Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Gronauer, thank you for providing me with the additional information, as always, that I asked for to answer questions I had about the light throw and about the direction of the light, because I have been on Denady's Court, actually. I have a friend that lives there, and it's pretty imposing to be on that street and see like the building right there. And so I just really wanted to kind of like feel comfortable with what was going in and to make sure that these neighbors were not going to be disturbed. But again, as always, thank you for getting me the information I requested. What we did see tonight, though, was that there were 6 additional oppositions submitted after the agenda was issued. 2 of those oppositions were on Denady's Court. And so for that, I wanted to just get a couple points of clarification on the application. The first one was, I think in your justification letter, you said that the lights should be off by about 9:30. Can we agree to a condition that the lights will be off by 9:30 p.m.?
Yes, we can agree at 9:30, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Gronauer. And then, again, I think that what you've shown me and the type of light with the type of shielding that you've got, I think will result in not any concerns from the neighbors, but on the off chance that there are concerns, would you be willing to agree to a 1-year administrative review of the conditions?
Only if it's guaranteed that I can be the last item on the agenda when I come back in here.
I'm happy to request that you be trailed anytime you're here, Mr. Gronauer.
Not a problem, but yes, on a serious note, yes.
Okay, great. And then, again, I know that you guys have tried to be good neighbors since you've moved in there with Somerset Academy. If there were neighbors that had concerns or there was light pollution coming from the sports, and I think it's great that they're going to be able to do sports now at Somerset Academy into the evenings, what's the process by which a neighbor could call the school and express its concerns?
Yes, they could call and contact the principal. The principal who's there today, the existing principal, his name is Lee Esplin, E-S-P-L-I-N. And so if he's not there, whomever the principal is a point of contact. And then if not, I will be the point of contact also, as I've been involved for, as I said, the last 12 years here.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gronauer. And then I guess I have a question for staff or for Mr. Floyd. On the administrative review perspective, is there a process by which neighbors can call the city to register any concerns about the lighting at the school?
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Taylor. Seth Floyd for the record. So normally when we put an administrative review, what we do is just ahead of that 1-year mark, we check to see if there were any calls. In this case, I think because it's lighting, those would be routed to code enforcement. If anyone has a complaint about this, the lighting on this property, code enforcement's, a couple ways to report that. One is to call the code enforcement main line, which is 702-229-6615. They're also right on the front page of our website, there's a contact tab where you can access a form that you can fill out for any complaints to the city. So what we would do is compile any calls for service, and then if there were any, obviously we would address it through code enforcement, and if there are none, then they've satisfied the required review and they can move on.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Floyd. Those are all the questions I have, so I don't know if any of the other commissioners have questions.
Nope.
Nope, then I'm prepared to make a motion.
Please do.
Okay, on item number 240323, site development plan review, I would like to make a motion to approve, subject to all conditions from the staff report and the conditions agreed to tonight.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, through you, would you like for me to read those conditions in for the record?
Commissioner Taylor?
Sure, yes, please.
Please.
Okay, the first added condition will read, "The field lights shall be turned off nightly by 9:30 p.m." And the second condition is for an administrative review shall be performed 1 year from date of issuance of a building permit.
Thank you.
Okay. Please cast your votes.
And thank you, Mr. Gronauer, for continuing to work to be a good neighbor out there.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Motion carries.
And that item is final action unless appealed to city clerk. 10 days.
All right, have a good night.
Thank you, you too. Moving on to item number 5, I will be abstaining from this one as well.
Excuse me, 45?
Yeah? 45?
I'm sorry, you said 5.
Oh, no, 45. We can start again if you want to. No, okay. I will be abstaining. I do own the property directly across the street, so just out of an abundance of caution, I will be abstaining from this item. Vice Chair?
All right, item 24-0331, SUP1, applicant Marvin Yunus, owner Finn C. Kimball Trust, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed gaming establishment, restricted use 1 to 5 machines, with a waiver to allow a 250-foot distance separation from a church house of worship, where 400 feet is required, at 1109 Stewart Avenue, Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, staff finds the proposed ancillary gaming machines for the existing convenience store can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious and compatible, as it is separated from the church house of worship by an 80-foot wide major collector street. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of the request. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Can you state your name and address for the record?
Good evening, Commissioners. Rahul Sodhi, 4485 South Buffalo Drive, on behalf of applicant and owner Marvin Yunus. So tonight we are requesting a waiver from a distance separation of 400 feet from a church to allow a restricted gaming of up to 5 machines. As mentioned by the staff, that it is an existing convenience store which is serving the local community, and the proposed use will be harmonious to the existing use. We are happy that the staff had recommended an approval for this use, and we will also comply to any conditions set by the staff. I want to thank Josh Nolan tonight. He had worked with us, and he made sure the process was very smooth. And I will really appreciate if the Planning Commission will allow the use tonight.
Thank you very much, sir. This item was noticed as for a public hearing. Anyone from the public wishing to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I will close public comment and turn this over. I always wanted to say this to myself. I don't have any issues with this, and actually I'm in agreement with staff's recommendation. So unless there's further comments, ready to make a motion? Item 24-0331-SUP1, motion for approval. And again, you do agree with all the staff's conditions?
Yes, we will. We are.
Sir? Motion for approval?
Subject to conditions?
Subject to conditions, yes. that motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
And that will move on to City Council on September 18th.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Okay, I believe we're on item 48, citizens' participation. Citizens' participation, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to the matters within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. No subject may be acted upon by the Planning Commission unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. Anyone from the public? Would you like to come up and say anything, sir? Can we get your name and address for the record, please?
How you doing? My name is Cleveland Lovett, 810 East Sahara Avenue, and this is my wife and business partner.
Naima Bay, 810 East Sahara Avenue.
Thank you.
And we were here for a planning board meeting, and we just never heard our item number called.
Yeah, regarding case 24-0183.
Okay, so that, what I'm hearing is that was on the one motion, one vote portion of the agenda, and it was approved tonight.
Oh, so- Oh, okay, so that must have happened when we didn't burn here. Oh.
Yeah.
So we were 3 minutes late, that's probably what it was.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay, surprise.
Yeah. And as far as comments before we close, I will just quickly say, this is just for the group here, or for anybody. We did have a lot of shift items on the agenda tonight, and I know I made a comment to Director. I know the work is important, and it's going to continue, and I think whatever we can do to kind of streamline the process, I think will help both us up here, it'll help staff, you know, kind of bring things together, and hopefully, Director, you can pull that together for everybody, because it looks like it's definitely needed for everybody.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I heard your recommendation. We have, the Neighborhood Services Director and I have already had a conversation about some improvements we could make, and we'll continue those and get those things addressed.
Great, it's important work, so thanks for addressing it. And with that, the meeting is adjourned.